segment as well. I am Fred Davis, but a very, very special Saturday edition of the program today. Why? Because we've got none other than the Super Mr. Bryan Broaddus. Bryan, how we feeling this morning?
Freddie D, good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. Looking forward to this time that we get to spend together. You're absolutely right. We've got the what they call the opening ceremonies here today in Oxnard. So yes, it will be where the mayor stands up and says a few words, hands Jerry Jones a jersey or a football. Jerry hands the football or jersey to another member, and then he says a few words and talks about Oxnard and how much fun they have here at Oxnard and how enjoyable everything is, and then we get to practice some football. Now,
today is the first day of pads, correct?
That would be tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow's the first full day of padded practice.
Tomorrow's the first full day. We're off again Tuesday, so normal helmets and jerseys today, which the practices have been pretty good that way, but tomorrow then we'll get into the padded part of it.
Okay, so I got to ask, right? So we're what? This is practice started on Tuesday, so we're now on day 5 of practice today, and of course, look, we're going to get into the whole gamut of how things have looked, and of course, anybody that's listened to G-Bag this week, and we know a lot of Tolos and Fatties certainly have, so we'll touch on a lot of that here as the show goes on. But let me ask you. Back in the day, when old Bryan Broaddus was, patrolling the sidelines and what have you, you guys got into padded practices, what, day 1?
Oh, it was crazy, and credit to the Players Association for being able to negotiate with the ownership about how two-a-days as we know it is really no longer.
Right.
They have, they have limits of how long they can practice and how many padded practices they can have.
Okay.
So what will happen is they'll go 3 days and then there's a mandatory day off is what they have. Now, there will be days when, there were true two-a-day practices, when we look at football in the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and then, but this is a new era when even with college football now, they limit the number of hours that you can have the players in your complex. And so these two-a-day practices where it's like, you suit up in the morning and it's full go, and then you come back, you have some lunch, take a nap, and then come back and do it again. Man, those days are completely over as we know it. And a lot of it has to do with, they think about with player safety, but really what the players have negotiated with ownership. And, it's part of even limiting some of the preseason games. Just the amount of time that they have to spend on the field has been greatly reduced.
It's funny because I interviewed Christian Okoye, and of course all of our shot. Well, here's the thing. Shout out to our boy Mr. Blake Elliott. And I asked him, and I can't wait to talk to Shotty about this. And I asked him, I said, look, why is it that y'all, those Marty Schottenheimer teams would kick ass for 16 games, and then it seemed like the one, first week of the playoffs, it just looked like a different football team. And he saw, and he paused for a second. He goes, we were tired.
Yeah.
He said, because the thing about Marty Schottenheimer football teams was that, you practice and you hit every single week. And he said the thing that separated like teams from the Chiefs, where he said, look, we were good. We were, that was a Super Bowl caliber football team. But the difference was you had a guy like a Bill Walsh who was ahead of his time, who stopped padded practices at like week 11 or week 12. My question for you, though, is that a part of the reason why we see these teams where it seems like the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, you're seeing kind of sloppier football, maybe bad tackling, not as physical, because these guys aren't hitting as much early on in the season?
Well, it might be also a recipe that you have a bad football team to begin with. And let me explain that, because that happened to us in the early 2000s with the Cowboys. We had Dave Campo as our head coach, and Dave was, he'd worked with Jimmy Johnson. I'd seen with my own eyes. I was working with NFL Europe, and I evaluated the Cowboys practices for a couple of days at St. Ed's there in Austin, where they were very physical practices. It was Oklahoma drills and a lot of hitting and tackling and all these things were, but that team, those early Jimmy Johnson teams were really, really good. When you look at the players with the Nate Newtons and the Mark Tuine's and the Troy Aikmans, the Emmitt Smith. I mean, those were good football teams. And so, they could practice that way and get something out of it. And then we tried to basically do the same thing in Wichita Falls. And, Dave, his first couple of years, the team was just gassed. I mean, we played opening day against Philadelphia in a very famous game. It was called the Pickle Juice game, where Philly and Andy Reid came in and, they just mauled us. I mean, it was, 130-something degrees on the turf there at Texas Stadium. And, our team was just dead. And so, but the realization was, weather a problem, but our team wasn't good enough. That's the biggest issue. And some of these teams, like they're teams that do get tired. They do have their coaches back in the day that were very much. And I worked with Mike Holmgren, who was a disciple of Bill Walsh. And so it was unusual when we got to Green Bay with Mike in the early 90s how his practice schedule wasn't that of, taxing the players like some of the coaches that we had been around before. And for a guy like Ron Wolf, who was the general manager, he had come from like that John Madden, that type of practicing and stuff like that. So we were all kind of like, wow, this is really an unusual way to practice, not having full pads on and stuff like that. But there are so many different ways now to extract what you need from your team. But the bottom line is, if your team's not good enough, how you practice and all that, or when you practice, or the conditions you practice in, generally won't favor you very well for the season.
We've got multiple follow-ups.
So much to get to.
Follow up number one. Whoever's on
good morning to you, Blake.
Good morning. Whoever's on the DJ back there playing the old Kanye, killing it. We can hear that in the background. Follow up number two. We see on the beautiful YouTube under the 105.3 The Fan banner.
Actually, that DJ's that's the bed music played by the producer.
Oh, I thought it was
new guy Jake.
Well, I see. I know Brian's outside, so I'm thinking it's kind of low. So I'm thinking it's like kind of in the background of where Brian's at training camp. Follow up number two.
I don't want to drown Broaddus out. I mean, it's got to be low.
No, it's at a good volume. I just assumed it was like the training camp music.
There's no training camp music going on yet. Like you'll hear it. You'll hear it you'll hear Thunderstruck here in a little bit.
Okay.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Get ready for that.
Follow up number two. Since you're sitting under the 105.3 The Fan banner and you're just chatting with us, do people think you're just talking to yourself if they're walking by?
No, they actually. It's funny that you say that, but people walk by and they just they look in to kind of see what's going on. And then when they hear me talking, that they just kind of move on. They know when you're sitting in front of a screen.
Okay.
You're sitting in front of the screen. Usually they're figuring that you're probably doing some form of radio here.
Are you going to be very animated with your hands so it looks like you're having a conversation? Because I feel like the less animated you are, it kind of looks weird if you're just chatting in a corner.
He does have a headset on too, though.
But there's no one in front of him for hours.
Well, but it is. I mean, you think people are brand new to this, where they don't understand that he's at a radio station?
Just
with
a follow up.
It
was just my follow up. I didn't say it was perfect. Just my follow up.
A little cup of coffee, you'll be good.
My other thing, it actually kind of goes off what Fred just asked you, and my brain sparked when he said it, talking about these Marty Schottenheimer teams in general, and kind of the practices having to get put through.
Right.
My brain immediately went to maybe that is kind of why Bryan is loading up on depth. And we see so many defensive ends on this team. We saw James Houston get signed. We complain about not having maybe that bell cow running back, but they got a bunch of different guys. We're not even talking about Phil Maffa, really. Hunter Lipke, Deuce Vaughn, if he makes the roster. A lot of guys. So maybe some of these guys are just kind of camp bodies so that if Miles Sanders and Javonte don't get burned out by week 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you got other guys to carry some of those carries early on. You look at the defensive end position. I just talked about cornerback position. We complain that it's not a depth. Do you think that went into his process of, hey, I don't need one guy or two guys to dominate the position. I kind of want it to be a collective, other than at the quarterback position throughout all these positions?
Well, I think that he would love to have Ashton Genty running the ball for him. I think that would be priority number one. But no, when you put your roster together, Will McClay does a really good job of this. And I know he was on with KNC yesterday kind of talking about some things, but I think Will does a really good job of being able to kind of set the roster up in order to protect himself. And, he'll go a little heavy at one position because he'll feel like that maybe that might be a position that's a little hard to find in training camp. Teams just don't. I mean, you'll look for offense and defensive linemen all day and not find the right guys. So you want to maybe go a little bit long at those positions because all of a sudden you have a couple of training camp injuries. Like, for example, Terrence Steele going out with the high ankle. They think it's a minor. They say the high ankle. Everybody thinks, oh my gosh, it's a disaster.
That's Fred's comeback player of the year right there.
Yeah, we'll see. With Steele, but they have a few more tackles. So it makes it a little bit more. You just got to think about what are the hardest positions to find if all of a sudden there's a run on injuries.
Right. And offensive linemen, yeah.
And offensive linemen or offensive linemen, defensive linemen. Those are, now we could work out skill guys all day. We could work out and they're going to, and people are like, well, wait a minute, Broaddus, where are all the cornerbacks here? What all that? And, that just hasn't, there's some cornerbacks that are actually on the street right now, Stephon Gilmore, and we'll see what happens with Asante
Except for Jack Jones. He just got signed by the Dolphins.
Just got signed by the Dolphins, yeah. So that's but the skill guys seem to be a little bit easier to find. So when you're setting up your team, you just got to kind of think like, what are the hardest positions for us to find when this thing gets going? Then go from there.
Can we circle back to that cornerback position because
sure.
We know about Deron Bland. We don't need to spend much time on that. Trayvon Diggs is going to come back at some point. Talk to me about Revel, Kyer Elam, and the guys behind him. Maybe these guys are actually going to be getting reps. To see Kalen Carson. The only highlight we've seen is CeeDee Lamb dropping him to the floor. So what is that position looking like outside of Diggs and Bland?
Well, I think if my prediction, if nothing changes as we get ready for Philadelphia, I think it's going to be Elam, Hall in the slot, and then Bland on the outside. That's my feeling right now. We'll see with what happens with Ravel. I was talking to some people in the organization before we got out here. The hope is to get him into training camp and let him practice some. But they want to make sure that he's 100%. They're going to try and figure out what they've got in Diggs and where that can go. I mean, that's something that, Diggs has been on his own working out. He's now with Britt Brown. So, is there some things that Diggs did that will help him get back quicker? Or there's some things that they're now having to play catch up on. And so I kind of got the understanding that mid-August they would know that. So maybe by the time we check out of here at Oxnard, we'll have an idea of where Diggs' timetable really is. But the hope is to get Ravel out there and practicing right now. But it's been a group that has at moments. You mentioned Carson. With the whole thing with clips that you see on Twitter and stuff is you really got to be careful because you might see one play, but then Carson has made 2 or 3 other plays where you don't see those clips. The same thing could be said about, look at Donovan Ezeraku rushing on Guyton, and then all of a sudden, but you didn't see the other 4 plays where Guyton got him. Yeah. We don't see him with the bended knee and pass set and kind of move him past the quarterback. So, the clips are great, but it doesn't always tell the story how practice is completely going. But I would say with the cornerback situation, these guys, a couple have been asked to play a little bit more. We'll see what Izzy McCwamu will do. He's kind of playing as the backup. He's playing as a backup at a couple of different spots, but he's also the backup nickel. And it looks like it's Hall's job until further notice.
All right, we got so much to get to today, and we will have Mr. Bryan Broaddus with us until 2 o'clock, and then that's when practice starts for him. He will ceremoniously bounce and go watch practice, and then, of course, we'll take you home for the final hour here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got a lot to get to. Obviously, it's going to be a very Cowboys-heavy show today, and why not? All right, let's call it what it is, your Dallas Cowboys, and this is a very interesting season, and we're going to get to a lot of that with Bryan Broaddus. One of the questions I'm going to ask him coming up next is kind of what does he notice just from a overall atmosphere difference between Shoddy and McCarthy last year. But let's talk about the rest of this program we've got lined up for you on this absolutely lovely lovely last Saturday in July here in the DFW. Your Texas Rangers, 9 out of their last 11. Dare I say, the hottest team in the American League right now. Dare I say the hottest team in baseball right now, and for good reason. We'll talk about them at the 10 o'clock, in the 11 o'clock hour. We've got plenty of audio. These guys have been busting their ass. Shout out to KNC. They did an absolutely phenomenal job this past week. Obviously, G-Bag. Broaddus has been there all week already, but his G-Bag boys are going to be joining him. I want to say they get in tomorrow, but like I said, we'll touch on all that here in just a little bit. The morning show is going to be out, so like I said, nobody's got you covered better than 105 Through the Fan when it comes to talking all things Dallas Cowboys, and of course, we'll get to that here in just a little bit. We're going to take a trip around the NFL. We're going to get to some Will McClay audio. We're going to get some Schottenheimer audio, some Broaddus camp updates, kind of, what he's seen the last week, kind of what he's looking for coming into next week, and then of course some positional battles that we're seeing. We talked a little bit about the cornerback, courtesy of Blake Elliott, so we'll talk more about that as the program rolls along as well. Tolo's on the telephone. The first ever Bryan Broaddus edition of Tolo's on the telephone. You know what that means? Actually, you don't know what that means. That's going to go down at 12:40. You'll chime in. You'll tell us what you think of your Cowboys, okay? And whatever you're doing this weekend, okay? We want to hear your Rangers take. We want to hear your Cowboys take. And if you're so inclined, you can throw in your Mavericks take. And if you know of any fights going on tonight, because apparently, we were updated last week. Boy Micah Mesquite told us who was fighting last night. Meanwhile, Blake was, saving the day. Okay, saving the day last Saturday. Meanwhile, I was watching a pirated stream of Manny Pacquiao. Okay, so while you were being a good citizen, I was being the complete opposite and being a derelict. Okay, nonetheless, it was still a hell of a fight. All right, so much to get to, and then of course we're going to Jake off on a Saturday. Okay, you guys know what that means as well, or maybe you don't. All right, new guy Jake, aka Jacob Ray, behind the glass on the 1s, 2s, and 3s. All right, coming up next, Bryan Broaddus live from Oxnard, highs, lows, and everything in between out at Cowboys camp this week. Don't go anywhere.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. And our Odyssey on...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Basil Baiters.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Come on now.
I'm going to be all alone.
Is Carter Freeman stopped crying yet? He's so busy posting all of our YouTubes. He wants to make sure the light looks good from all those.
Carter's getting Carter's getting our stars takes.
Yeah, he is.
Stars going into the playoffs right now. Listen to Fred and Blake.
Wait till you hear this exclusive with Daniel Gafford on Fan After Dark. That was back in November. We're kidding. We love Carter Freeman. He did big time me a couple weeks ago. Okay, he did big time me. I asked him, I said, hey, you want to talk a little college football today? I'll pass.
Yes.
Hard pass.
What?
Yeah, he had I think he had a couple dates that day. So anyway, needless to say, we love.
Yeah, you go see a presidential library or something like that.
He was already back from that. He was already back from that.
He was telling me the story last night. I took him and Ruben to dinner last night. By the way, Ruben is a very underrated selector of places to eat.
Okay.
Really?
That's a good thing to have.
He took us to a place last night. It was called La Bonita.
Okay.
Ooh.
And it was basically a food truck with an eating area next to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've never had more authentic Mexican seafood combination, the fish tacos.
Wow.
And it had them all. Literally, we walk outside. We walk up to this place. We had to park across the street, and you could see the smoke. They're cooking basically in the parking lot. They got a grill with all the meats and stuff laid out on this huge grill, and the smoke is just it's the first thing that hits you, and you're like, my gosh, Ruben, how did you find this?
Yeah,
and
how did he find it?
Ruben actually ordered for everybody in Spanish. Is what he did.
Really?
So he turned and he goes, what do you want, Bryan? And the gal was there and he just ordered it and he'd say, well, hey, okay, how do you want this cooked? And I'd say, okay, I want it, and then he would answer back. And they had the original the Mexican Coca-Colas that had the more sugar to them.
Absolutely, the real sugar.
So yeah, this was as authentic as I could ever imagine. But Ruben is really good at finding these obscure places that have quality food. But then Carter was along and he bored everybody to death. But
how do you find it?
He has this knack, and it's
he's a scout.
I think it's he talks to people. He will go up and ask somebody a question. I'm like, where are you going? He goes, I'll be right back. And he'll go ask a local something where would you go? And so it was I just got done after my show yesterday. Went and washed clothes, and so I was coming back. I'm like, hey, what are you doing for dinner? And I know asking Ruben to go to dinner is always a good thing, because he is going to give it thought, and he's gonna try places that nobody else is going to. The locals are going to.
Right.
But I would take
media.
I'll tell you what, Eric Chiafalo, as much as Eric, he has his wife being Hispanic and stuff.
See where this is going.
Eric would. I'm going to take Eric to this place because he will punish the whole menu is what he will do, because it's handmade, scratch made, out in the parking lot. They've got everything. It's crazy how good
in fairness, is there a menu that Chiafalo won't punish, if we're being honest?
I think there's things that Eric loves to eat.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. And I love cooking when we do those Friday things. I love cooking for Eric because he really does appreciate, if you put some flavor to it, he'll like acknowledge.
He's going to pound Flavor Town.
He goes, I could taste the chipotle peppers. I could taste it. You know, he's got that kind. He's got that kind of palate for these things. Woolchuck's fun to have along at restaurants because he makes everybody laugh.
So who's the finicky eater then? Who's the finicky eater?
Oh, Dawson by far. Yeah. Dawson by far. We go to places and Dawson is ordering the kids' meal.
Oh,
you know, I mean he's
wow.
But
chicken tendies.
Well, but there's things that like Dawson. There's certain things that Dawson doesn't eat, like onions. But I will put it in, like when I cook, I will put it in the meal I make. But I'll make sure that it just kind of disintegrates into. So it's not like he's biting in the crunch of the onion.
That's the best part.
But he's like, well, you know, I hate onions, and I'm like, well, you just ate half a cup of onions in that meatloaf that you just ate. And he's like,
did you say meatloaf? You make a killer meatloaf?
Oh, I make, yeah. I can't tell you. I watch more. I don't watch. Everybody watches. Like, oh, let's watch Netflix and this and that.
You're watching food TV.
I literally am on. I'm on the premium of YouTube channel, so I don't get the commercials. I will watch people cook all day long. I mean, I get fascinated with how people, even these crazy things that these ladies do, where it's like they get a metal pan and they dump 100 pounds of spaghetti in it, and then they throw sauce on, and it's kind of like, and then I'm going to add cheese, and then I'm going to add, you know, and it's not really like, it's kind of like if you were really, really drunk. You know, you're like when you go and you look at the fridge, and you're like, and you start throwing combinations of things together, thinking they're going to taste good. I'll even watch those videos.
Okay, last thing before we dive into some real football talk. Where are you at on Julia Child?
I'll tell you what, man. She was the
pioneer,
was the start.
Right?
She was a pioneer. Her and the Galloping Gourmet were another one. We got Julia Child was the first one, and Julia was high end, a very, very high end cook, and you know, and very eloquent. You know, the demeanor and the. Woo, we're going to see. You know, and
she sounded like she knew what she was talking about.
But she like how to make an omelet. Like there's ways to make scrambled eggs taste better than just scrambled eggs.
Really?
There's you know, with a spatula, take them off the heat, flip. I mean, you know, how to make a souffle, how to make, you know, she was the first. And then we got like Emeril Agassi, you know, on the Food Network and all that. Yeah, we got all that. But there's been a lot of these pioneers, man. PBS was really good for that. PBS was way ahead of its time, and now we're cutting PBS funding, so there'll probably be no more cooking shows.
Okay, well, if we're going to be in a negative mindset, let's stay there for half a second. I know we like to be positive on this show and talk great about our Dallas Cowboys, but we also got to be real. The pads are not on, but from your eyeballs, Brian, has there been anybody that's been a little bit disappointing in your eyes? Maybe it's been misstepping as far as getting aligned. Effort shouldn't be a problem, but you've been out there more than we have. If you've seen maybe a lack of effort from somebody that maybe needs to step up and maybe was in that spot and it's just been a little disappointing in that first week, or if there's nobody, you can say that.
No, I mean, and again, I will be super critical when I need to be super critical. I think to me that the thing that let me first off talk about what I've enjoyed from practices, okay? I think that this coaching staff, their enthusiasm is real. Now, we'll see how things go if all of a sudden there's losses and things like that. But I really don't see these guys changing all that much. But I do like their enthusiasm. I do like the way that they are practicing. It reminds me very much of the Jason Garrett practices where there was actually competitive periods in practice. And what I've noticed about this is it hasn't been, and I was talking to some people at the Bears, and they were saying, well, Ben's offense has really been kind of slow. We're trying to, defense always ahead of the offense, that kind of thing. And I was thinking on my end, I'm like, man, I'm watching practice every day where this thing is going from play to play, series to series is what it is. And it's a win for the defense, a win for the offense, win for the defense. It really has been that way. I mean, there will be, it's not, I never walk away feeling like there was one day where I felt like the first day that Dallas, the offense ran the ball particularly well. And again, it's not pads, but it's 3 hard steps. It's hip to hip, get a little push, and then make a cut, and try and get off the block to tag off the play. I thought first day that there was some of that running back, the way they ran the ball was good. The second day, defense all the way came back, and there was a little less running of the football, a little bit less success. But it has been really play to play, series to series, and I appreciate that. As an evaluator, I'm like, man, all right, I'm getting something out of this, where it's just not one group is wearing the other one out. Now, is there something that is kind of catching my eye that's because I was thinking like okay, I think the linebackers are not going to be bad. I've been surprised really of how well, believe it or not, that Damone Clark has played. And I'm not saying this because it's an LSU thing or anything like that, because I've thrown a lot of dirt on Damone Clark. He was a crossroads player for me. Him, I think that Deuce Vaughn has actually shown up in this thing pretty well.
Okay.
As far as that. I would have to say that Sam Williams, and I know he's coming back from the knee injury and stuff, so it's kind of a little bit of a period for him. But I've noticed I've noticed Fowler more than, say, Sam Williams. I think there's some things. Sam Williams had a play the other day where he had a tackle for loss, but it was he jumped the snap and went hard inside charge, and now he's got the tackle for loss. They didn't block him. It was a good adjustment on his part, understanding the snap count and then going to make the play. But I was kind of expecting more when you start to talk about guys getting to the quarterback and catching my eyes. And it's hard sometimes, you can't see it all, without, I love to go back and watch the benefit of the film, like, oh, man, I missed that or missed that. But I've noticed Fowler as a pass rusher. I've noticed as a Rocco as a pass rusher. Haven't noticed Sam Williams as much as I thought I might, but it might be an acclimation period for him right now.
Okay, when it comes to the wide receiver position, it's been a very, very, very fun position to watch.
Yeah.
We'll dive more in depth as we keep going, but talk to me just about the Tolbert and Mingo dynamic. We've heard good things about both.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of fans are excited to see what maybe a big body Jonathan Mingo can do.
We saw Turpin drop a touchdown pass.
What are you seeing from that position group?
Yeah, there's what's happened is the addition of Pickens has clicked everybody down maybe one or two spots. So guys like Tolbert, who had he's battling for 2, and Mingo, he's battling for 2. Well, they're really battling for 3. Maybe even the loser of those battles now becomes 4. Okay, well then who's 5? Whoa, wait a minute, we got Turpin. Well, now where does that do for the rookie receivers and stuff? Are they 6? Who are you going to only keep 5? So the battle between the thing that I've noticed about Tolbert is that Tolbert has got something that I think that Mingo doesn't have, and that's the smoothness as a route runner. And a lot of it might have to do with the size difference. When you look at Mingo, stand next to him.
He's a big dude.
He is a big dude, and it's not going to look as smooth. But Tolbert has done a really nice job in some of the 11 personnel. That's the 3 wide receiver packages that they've been running. We're playing inside. He's been able to drive guys off the ball. Maybe he gets a Carson on him, and he drives Carson hard, plants, and then comes back for the ball, and then Dak gets in the ball right there. There are a couple of different times where he's run these these routes where he's had to drive it really hard, and he sold it really well, and then able to plant and come back. So you do see more of a smoothness to him, more of a quickness. But man, you cannot, that when Mingo runs the inside stuff, the slant stuff. I mean, that's a big body getting that football. He did a nice job the other day adjusting to a football where he got behind the linebacker, and then Milton threw the ball a little off, and he had to turn and go get it. But the 2 guys are really, each one of them is showing something like, okay, this is my strength. This is my strength. You haven't seen anything that made you feel like, okay, well, man, this one guy is clearly better than the other one.
All right, real quick, because we're up against it. But who is getting the most of the reps? Like who would you say is the leader in the clubhouse right now at that WR3 spot?
I think it's actually Tolbert is who it is. I think Tolbert's getting the first shot at this. but you're seeing Mingo it's certain plays or certain packages. But when they go 11 personnel, it has been Pickens, it has been Lamb, and it has been Tolbert.
But at the very least, I mean, look, he's got he's had a full off season. He's done some, and hell, he told me and Blake at the end of last year that he was looking forward to catching passes with Dak during the off season.
Right.
You had a McCarthy regime that didn't use him at all. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
It's about Mingo, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, you use a 4th-round pick on this guy, and we never saw what the guy could do. In fairness to him, because they just didn't put him in the
quarterback
game.
play. You mentioned that quarterback play. He has not had a quarterback throw him a ball since Ole Miss.
Yeah,
I mean that's the last time he's had a quarterback throw him a ball. So yeah, he is. It's nothing. I mean, these guys. It's not like they're going out there and dropping passes. I tell you, there's even times where Turpin has run some routes and stuff down the field. The short game, quick game, those are things that are good for him. Hand him the football in the backfield. I think he's going to be your Wildcat quarterback when it's all said and done. But these receivers overall have done a pretty solid job.
Well, I could talk football with Bryan Broaddus all day long, but unfortunately we do get 3.5 hours, but we do have to go to break.
Yeah.
When we come back, we will be talking Shoddy and the differences between him and Mike McCarthy. And then also, let's hear from the man himself, Brian Schottenheimer. We'll be listening to some audio clips of that with Bryan Broaddus. Do not go anywhere because we'll be diving more into the Dallas Cowboys training camp and the offseason next on the Fan After Dark.
Our good friends at D&M Leasing have some exciting news to share. Cars.com named...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a
running the board from 3 to 5.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and head on down to DeSoto at that point. you can go ahead and do those 2 hours if you want to. If you want to.
Brian, give me this before we get into some Schottenheimer audio.
Sure.
Underrated part of California, Oxnard specific.
Wow. Man, you wake up every knowing exactly what the weather's going to be. And it does not fluctuate. And I've been coming out here since opening day when we were at Wichita Falls, and Jerry Jones said, he looked at John Hickman and goes, "This is madness. This is madness. This Wichita Falls, it's madness." And he sent Hickman on a mission, and John found this place. The Raiders used to have this place. When the Raiders were in L.A., they had this place. And they, Al Davis put the fields in and all that. But the thing that when you come here, every single day, it's going to be very, very cool in the morning, very pleasant in the afternoon, and at night you need a hoodie. Every single day. I think I can count on my right hand how many times it's rained since I've been here, and all these years since early 2000s. But I could see why people dig California. I really, really can. I get it. Maybe it's not for everybody, the political views and stuff like that. But I could see why people would want to be in where the weather is just perfect.
It's like, 78 degrees every day over there, right?
72 for a high.
As I was.
Yeah, we got to make sure.
It's 58. Like I say, I'm wearing a hoodie right now, and like in practice, and like we had a practice the other day. It was sunny and 69 degrees. And I was just like, and I was sitting there I had a vest on with a short sleeve shirt.
Yeah, you did.
And I was kind of like going, I can't imagine sometimes you watch practice and just sweat is pouring down in your face and all that, and not here. It is the best place to practice football, and it's the best place to watch football being practiced.
Much has been made, and a couple people have tweeted out during the week. It was kind of a sparse crowd. Now that's during the week as well. They
got 2 new pro teams here. They got 2 pro teams here now. They do. They got the Rams and the Chargers. And I think what's happened is a lot of fans. I don't mean to interrupt you that way, but I think a lot of fans who were probably Cowboy fans, now have their own team. They do have the Rams back, and the Chargers.
Both teams are good.
And the Rams have been a Super Bowl winning team, and easy to jump on that bandwagon. They got a nice young coach and good team.
Oh, so you're saying they're supporting those teams and not necessarily the need to go watch training camp?
There's some very loyal, very, very loyal. The Southern California Cowboy Club is one of the most loyal fan bases it's very much like what you have in Pittsburgh and Cleveland, the Dog Pound, those kind. Very, very loyal fan base. But there is a fraction of this fan base now that now has their own team. This when we first got here in Oxnard, huge Raider community. Yeah. Huge Raider community. You saw a lot of that. But I think that with the Rams just being up the road, the Chargers being up the road, I think a lot of fans have adopted, hey, this is my team. This is my home team. And so I'm gonna kind of navigate away from the Cowboys and go pick up the Rams or the Chargers. I think that's one of the cases. But also too, when you're making these trips now. When I pulled in today, they're already lined up.
I was going to say, weekends you're going to see people, right?
Yeah, you're going to see people. But and then they scrimmage the Rams a week from Tuesday. This place will be full again. But yeah, unless you're making this a vacation, or you're usually probably coming on the weekends, and I think that's why the Cowboys took yesterday off, so they can have a Saturday Sunday crowd here for their practices.
Fair enough. All right, real quick, we're going to get some shoddy audio here in just a second, but just, again, energy notwithstanding, the vibes of, he's a new coach, so that's, like I'm saying, like that gives you kind of an automatic home field advantage, so to speak, for lack of a better phrase, but and we know tempo, but using the eye of the scout, Brian Broaddus, who's going to notice things that, us average folk aren't going to see, what's the one thing that stood out to you that's been different about Shoddy and McCarthy and the way they go about their business on the practice field?
I think Schottenheimer is far more personable, and I think that he interacts with his players far more than where Mike McCarthy would.
Okay.
When there's good plays, he's very encouraging. He's over there. He's in the middle of things. He's very enthusiastic, very active. He bounces from drill to drill. His guys, you could tell that he's very interested in how his coaches are coaching his guys.
Yeah.
You could see. I mean, there's a little bit of offense creativity, the things that you just notice that you're like, okay, that's something they talked about. I mean, let's be honest. We did shows in June where we're talking about running the ball.
Yeah.
First day of camp, he gets under center and he runs the ball more than he throws the ball.
Yeah.
And so that was something right off the jump. I was like going, damn, he talked about doing this and he's actually doing it. And he's actually doing it. And so that part of it to me is very, it's just as an evaluator, I hate coaches that talk about, well, we've got to stop the run and run the ball. And they don't really do it. They don't even try. And lo and behold, the first practice we got out here, I want to say his run-pass ratio was probably 60-40, maybe even 70-30 with how they ran the ball or worked on running the ball just right off the rip.
How much do you notice? And again, I don't know how many Chiefs training camps you're able to check out or any. I mean, because I know, well, although you were in River Falls, you guys did.
Yeah, never went to a Chiefs training camp. And, but I.
But you were part of that cheese league or whatever it was, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. No, I was part. Yeah. But see, that was the thing. When I was working in the league, you were not allowed to go watch another team practice. Now, if a team charged money, and then we did this for the Commanders one year, the Commanders, Daniel Snyder charged his fans to come watch practice.
Yeah.
And the league rule was if they charge, you can pay and go to.
Okay.
We watched every practice the Commanders had. Larry Dixon, our scout and pro personnel, lived at where the Commanders practiced. He missed one practice the whole summer.
Wow.
And then we opened up. We played the Commanders.
The team formerly known as the Redskins.
Yeah, we played them early in the season, and we had everything.
Yeah.
I mean, Larry had done a great job of scouting them. But yeah, if you pay, then you get to go watch practice. But I never got to go. Now, one time Jerry sent me to go watch. I flew from Oxnard. Like, we had a player that Butch Davis was trying to trade us from the Browns.
Yeah.
And Jerry flew me from here to Rochester, New York to watch a practice with the Buffalo Bills and Cleveland, one practice, and then flew me back.
Okay.
After the practice was over.
Okay, so this may be an unfair question, but again, you've been around football forever.
Yeah.
How much of what you've seen out of Shoddy do you recognize from his dad's coaching style?
I think his dad was a very enthusiastic guy too.
Because when you talk about playing,
but not to the point of bouncing around, but he was a very much a hands-on kind of a coach. Very hands-on, and I know from a fact, like one of my dear friends, John Snyder, who's the GM in Seattle.
Yeah,
John worked for him in Washington for the 1 year that he was there, and John swears by this guy. Or he loved working for him.
Sure,
he loved his eye for personnel. He loved how he was honest about the players. He was honest about his assessment. He was not trying to sugarcoat things. Marty Schottenheimer is a legendary coach
100%.
that had some of the worst luck ever in playoff games.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Some of the worst luck in playoff games. He should have been far more recognized for his job. But I say this: if Bryan is a quarter of the coach of his dad, he will have a successful NFL.
Well, and look, I'm going to say this, and I've said this on our show, and I'm going to say it to you now. For as much as we love up Kyle Shanahan, and rightfully so, right? And look, and what's the one thing they always talk about? Now, of course, they don't say it as much because he's got enough pelts on the wall of his own. But coached under his dad.
Yeah.
Dad, we know what Mike Shanahan did. I don't think for whatever reason, and I think I know why, because he went 20 years without getting a head coaching job. But I think the fact that Bryan isn't getting that same kind of love and that same kind of deference, I think is wildly being overlooked.
Yeah, but he needs to have success, guys.
No, he does. I'm not saying he doesn't.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. But I'm just saying this on. People are asking me what's a successful season. I was part of a program where it was a first-year head coach coming in with Mike Holmgren. and I knew what we were trying to build at Green Bay. And we didn't have enough players. We didn't. I mean, Dallas has far more players than we ever had for Mike Holmgren. But I know this: Brian Schottenheimer can't be 3-14.
No,
he can't. He can't be 5-12. And because what happens then, everything that he's trying to build, all the goodwill and camaraderie, that will
Goes
all
out
get
the door.
thrown. That will all get thrown back into his face.
No, it absolutely will.
And then all of a sudden, then he becomes the hard-ass coach.
Yep.
Then he becomes the guy that's like, well, I'm not personable, and I'm not liking the players, and I'm not, all this stuff. Brian Schottenheimer needs this thing to be at worst 9-8. And I know that drives Cowboy fans nuts to say that. But if he's going to be here long-term and build, he's got to build credibility. So all of a sudden when you're having things, if you have some struggles, if you have some successes, then the players, the buy-in, that's where he needs year 2 buy-in.
Oh, 100%.
To get him to, okay, now let's talk about winning the division. Let's talk about the industry. And Cowboy fans, I hear you. It's 30 years. I get it. I mean, the last time this team has won a Super Bowl, we won a Super Bowl the next year, and it's been a long time. I mean, it's a 30. I get it.
Last time they won, Bryan had hair.
Well, not really.
No,
it was kind of wispy and all that. It just wasn't gray. It wasn't completely gray. But it's been a long time, and Cowboy fans have like, man, we've struggled with it. But if you really, really, really like what you see in Brian Schottenheimer, you need him. And now, would it be great? Would he have the success that Dan Quinn had and get to an NFC Championship game? Whew.
This city will lose its mind.
Exactly. But he does not need number one, he does not need this team to go to Philadelphia
and lay an egg
on a Thursday night and lose 44-6.
No, they won't.
He does not need that.
They won't. They absolutely won't. That's Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning scout. We're up against it. All right, 1 hour. I tell you what, blink and you miss it. First hour of the program. Right, we're going to shift gears a little bit because there's another team in town. You know what? They have won recently. I'm talking about your Texas Rangers, 2 years removed from a World Series, and I'll tell you what. Things are starting to turn a little bit. Things are starting to feel kind of World Series-ish around here in the DFW. How about the hottest team in baseball? We'll talk about the Rangers next. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark with little Brian Broaddus thrown in.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
I just saw 2 houses for sale, same neighborhood, almost identical. One had an Orchard sign and sold for way more. Why? Orchard's local agents know how to...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has ice cream?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course not. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
This is Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Wentz kicks and fires, and that ball is hit to deep left field. Profar going back. He won't get to this one. It's into the people. Jonah Heim with a line drive home run to left. It's his 9th of the season. He gives Texas a 2-0 lead.
So a couple things off of that. You listen to Fan After Dark. Blake, Fred,
people.
Bryan, Broaddus, Jake, the squad's here. Into the people. Love that.
Into the people. I do love that. That was pretty cool.
That's fantastic.
And then
That's
also,
my favorite home run call ever.
Also, let's quiz our Rangers fans. I don't think Fred will get this, but whose head did it go over that remind you of Rangers fans?
Jackson Profar. Nice try. Jackson, whatever. Profar. Jerickson.
Used to be in the Ranger system, man.
Yeah, I saw that.
He was. He was a guy. He was like Blake. He was like Roddy Beaubois, right?
Yes.
We couldn't trade the guy. We could not build
Great
our
call,
team.
Brian.
We
Roddy
could not.
B. Love.
There was two guys in the Metroplex that we could not trade because our team completely depended on him, and neither one of them lived up to the expectations of the front office.
Is that sad when you have a guy kind of in the farm system getting a little run, and then they go somewhere else and they turn out to be like something decent?
Oh yeah.
A little bit of hindsight looking back, and
But your boy Profar, I mean, look, he's already served an 80-game PED ban.
He did.
Hey,
Okay.
but I would have
Sure
loved
did.
that to be on the Rangers.
Well,
that means he's trying. That means he's trying.
You know, I mean, he's had what? He had one good year in San Diego.
He did. All-star.
And
yeah, I mean, no, I'm not saying he's a Hall of Famer.
did you really lose out?
What's our boy that went to Kansas City that's been lighting it up the last 2 years that we let go? The pitcher.
Seth Lugo? No.
Cole Reagans.
Reagans.
Yeah.
Reagans. I was thinking of Bubik too. Who might be available, although this team doesn't need pitching. And dare I say, and let's throw this out to for those of you wondering, again, it is Fan After Dark on a Saturday, little Bryan Broaddus action. He'll be with us until 2:00, at least at Central Time, and then of course he'll traipse on over. How far are you from the practice field? I know you guys. We always hear. Take just a real quick peek behind the curtain. We always hear about the tennis courts. For those that don't know, what exactly is the layout? What does that mean, the tennis courts?
Yeah, when literally this complex was kind of a resort where they had tennis. They played tennis at the hotel, and so what happened is they've now fitted it where
close enough.
It's just fitted it. And it's
Saturday morning
thing of me. And so we've got these various tents. So we've got kind of a radio row of tents.
Okay.
And then we've got an area on the other side of our radio row which has where the press conferences take care of the main stage. And then behind that is where the media has their tables. So we're literally, probably maybe 10, 15 yards from actually hitting the gate and then being onto the practice field. So they've got sponsorship stuff all in the end zone. So we're on the opposite side or behind where all the sponsorship stuff is set up, the big tents and corporate meeting area or viewing areas, and then we're behind that, and then there's a tennis court. So it's kind of a nice little setup the way they have it. But it's very simple to walk from our broadcast position right out on the field. And then when we start practice on Monday, we're doing radio. We'll have our 2 live mics is what we'll have going on.
Is it 2 live mics or 3 live mics? Because that's it's sponsored by the On Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I think we're 2 live mics right now.
Well, we don't know that one's sponsored by that. It's only going to be 2.
Can't relate to 2 live mics. I only know about 3 live mics, Bryan Broaddus.
Well, we're going to try. There'll be 3 of us out there talking, I think, but we actually, like, one of us, we share. But we'll talk.
By the way, are you in the hot seat right now? Because that's brought to you by Wild Fork Foods, the wildforkfoods.com. It's the elite game day grilling favorite of your Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'd like to shout out Reliant Reliant Air Conditioning also for being a part of my stuff too as well. But yeah, I'm in the hot seat. How about this? Mickey was in the hot seat yesterday, and Mickey and I don't get along great. Love Mickey. I love Mickey though, but he hates me and I hate him.
Do you guys ever think there'd be a fistucuffs?
No, hell no.
Okay.
No.
You're too old for that, aren't you?
No, way too old. But I'm sitting in my chair that I brought. I put my man Bucky Buchanan, the equipment man, put my chair on the truck, the Cowboy truck coming out here. And so I had my chair here with my name tag on it. Mickey was sitting he pushed my chair aside yesterday and sat in a plastic bad chair instead of sitting in my chair.
Wow.
So, but hey, listen, Mickey, I love you if you're listening.
I'll tell you what he should love, the 520 Camp Update. That's brought to you by Treeline by Hillwood. It's a stunning new master plan community in Justin, Texas.
There are wonderful people there. Yeah, go check that out as well.
Is that are they building you one of those places out there?
I wish. Okay. I wish. It sounds like they got places to fish and stuff too.
That's the least they could do. It's the least they could do. By the way, and one last thing, this is all of the trips out there at Oxnard presented to you by On Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar.
Thank you.
Make sure you check them out.
All right.
Check them out.
Now that we've got that house cleaning done, let's proceed with the rest of the program, shall we? Your Texas Rangers, 4 games above. I mean, look, bring 2023 back. I'm telling you right now, they've won 9 since dropping 2 out of 3 from the first 3 games of that 4-game set against the Los Angeles Angels. All this team's done is rip off 9 out of their last 11. Only 1 loss since the All-Star break. I ask you, Bryan Broaddus, the bats are starting to come back around again. This team this is the offense that we thought it was going to be. Took about 2 or 3 months longer than we anticipated. Right now, does this change your mind as far as what CY needs to do at the deadline, which, oh, by the way, we are now approximately 5 days away from?
Yeah, you know what, me personally, I thought this team was who they were.
Yeah.
And the pitching was outstanding. I felt terrible for the relievers. They were put in a lot of hard, high leverage situations and it seemed like the first half of the season was nothing but high leverage situations, extra inning games, 2-1 games, 1-0 games. And so I was like, man, I don't think this bullpen can hold up. But the starting pitching has held up, the bullpen's held up. And now the bats have come alive, and I think that's the thing. I hope for CY. My hope was that the winning the series in Houston right before the All-Star break, that positivity, I was hopeful that would get Ray Davis to say, okay, we're going to let's try and do something here, because I know CY wants to try and do something here, but man, there's these levels of luxury tax and all this other thing, and then if you go over again, you lose draft picks, and if you lose draft picks,
which it's baseball, man. Who cares?
I know, what,
50,000 of them.
I just as a former scout, you want the opportunity to retool your team,
which I get.
I mean,
I also want the opportunity to win a World Series, though.
I do too.
Brian, you know damn good and well these opportunities don't come along very often.
I know, and it did. And I would never have guessed this was a World Series team the first half of the season.
Right.
But we'll see. I mean, we'll see how things kind of play out here. But my hope is that CY gets to go and try and add a piece to this team that they feel like that can help them. I know that's very easy and stuff to say, but I trust them to be able to evaluate a pitcher, a reliever, a bat. I trust them to be able to do that.
Done a great job so far.
The good thing is the Texas Rangers have gotten contributions from a bunch of different guys. I don't know if I've seen so many different lineups watching these Texas Rangers, at least in my lifetime. Every day you look, it's a different lineup. And sometimes it's 3, 4, 5 guys swapped in and out. We had Hellman. We've got Haggerty. You've got different guys. You got Tellez now in the bump. We're going to be getting Jock Peterson and Berger back soon. This team has a lot of depth right now, and they're going to need it because if you look at the schedule, obviously they're playing the Braves right now who aren't playing very good baseball. I think we feel pretty good about them winning that series. And you got the Angels, take care of business there. But once you get into August, you've got the Mariners leading the division, or excuse me, right in front of you with the Astros leading the division. Then you've got
the wild card thing, yeah.
Then you've got the Yankees. Then you've got the Phillies, and then, you get a little easy one against the Diamondbacks, and you got the Blue Jays. So August is not going to be kind to you as far as facing those easy teams, especially the first part of August. When you look at the trade deadline, is there a specific spot that you would like for the Rangers to upgrade? I think the obvious one might be closer/bullpen.
Yeah.
Is there something else that we're not seeing, Brian?
Where are we at right now with the whole with John Gray? Do we feel like that John Gray can be that closer?
I mean, Bochy's already said with Chris Martin out that he's basically going to be kind of a mercenary right now in that bullpen, right? Wherever you need him, that's what he's going to be.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do, with the whole thing. Man,
don't put Boucher out there. We saw what he did last night.
To me, it seems like just listening to baseball people talk. Listen to baseball people talk. It seems like there's a better opportunity to grab relievers that aren't going to completely tax your financial system. Now, if you could get somebody to pay the freight, but that whole thing means pay the freight means you're going to have to give up better prospects. You can't just say, well, hey, here's a bag of balls and give us that guy.
Here's Ezekiel Duran.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give up better prospects to go and get some of these guys. But it sounds like options with the Orioles, options with the Cardinals, options with the Pirates. If you tell me that we can get in the mix for one of those. I mean, the last time you made a deal with the Cardinals on pitching seemed to work out pretty good for you.
Yep. Well, and you had the Orioles made a move, I think last night or the night before. They traded one of their left-handers to the Mets. The Yankees have already made a move, getting a third baseman from the Rockies. Okay, the Mariners got the Naylor kid, and I listened to you guys talk a little bit about him yesterday.
Naylor is interesting because I talked to my buddy who's a general manager in baseball, and he was saying that he goes, hey, Naylor is kind of not a great defensive player, great guy in the locker room, kind of a rented player. He also said this, though. He felt like that ballpark in Seattle would neutralize some of his power. So this might not be Seattle might be looking for somebody that can, hits home runs and kind of helps them score more runs.
Yeah.
But my guy was telling me, he goes, listen, that ballpark, it will zap power. When you think
don't say that to Cal Raleigh. I mean, it certainly hasn't zapped his.
Well, no, but Cal Raleigh. I mean, I Cal Raleigh is having this magical season.
He's having a
but
out of this world year.
They've my general manager buddy was very much like, well, let's see how that ballpark works with his power.
No, we will be keeping an eye on it. I mean, there does seem to be a little something different about this Mariners team. Now, is this also a team that's been known to fade come August and September? Absolutely. I mean, look, if we're putting our money up on it, and again, we're not saying this, I mean, maybe we are saying this because we're all Ranger guys here, but look, you got one team that's 2 years removed from a World Series and has hands down the best, maybe one of the greatest managers of all time behind the helm. You hands down got the best pitching coach. And oh, by the way, Brett Boone has shown to be look, we would be talking about, and we don't talk enough about, when we look at NFL coaching staffs, we love up the OC and the DC, especially when they're having, all world years. I mean, let's talk about what this, just for a minute. I mean, Mike Maddox is by far the best pitching coach in baseball right now, okay? With what he's done, to your point, Brian, nobody thought that this...
Doesn't matter what pitcher's out there.
Doesn't matter. And, you had a few bumps and bruises a couple weeks ago, but look, it's a 162-game season. You're going to have that. That being said, you had another lights-out performance from Evo last night, okay? Right. DeGrom is pitching his ass off, and nobody outside of the DeGrom family thought he was going to do what he's done so far this year. And is firmly... Mally's doing great until his shoulder fell off.
How about the young guys? How about Leiter and
Kamar?
Rocker? See, that's
who's on the bump tonight.
That's the one those are the ones I've been focusing on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Kamar's balling right now.
Yeah, because that right there to me is the future. That's the future of your pitching.
Is.
And if you could get with Rocker and Leiter to have these quality starts, and can get into 6th, 7th innings of baseball games where before it was 2 1/3, and you're like, okay, that was just another disaster for Jack Leiter. Jack Leiter has not. He had a little rough patch there where there was some struggle.
It was,
but overall, he's found some pitches. He's found some command. He can elevate his fastball. He can do things to kind of help himself. And Kamar Rocker, have a guy that was dealing with going up and down. Not throwing a lot of pitches, not getting a lot of innings. He's kind of turned things around and found himself as well. I focus on those guys more than because I know that DeGrom can pitch. I know Evaldi can pitch. I know those guys can pitch.
Well,
it's these other young guys that we need to pitch, and they've done a pretty solid job here the last few weeks.
And then let's not forget our boy Patrick Corbin, who Patrick
Corbin,
picked up off the couch.
Yeah, Patrick Corbin was he's an
innings eater, right?
Yeah, and that was like, and you ask him about it, and he's kind of like going, well, it's nice to know that I can go out there, but boy, I'll tell you what, he's gone out there and been more than that. He's given it, and he's battled some. Skubal, he battled him in Detroit.
Oh, he absolutely.
He's drawn some tough assignments.
Yeah.
And kept the Rangers and at least given the Rangers a chance to win some games that way.
You get this team into a playoff run, and look, we already talked about it. August is going to be a brutal month, but the one thing about this team, though, is with the bats are rolling and the bats are, and the pitching staff continues
to
be
good defense too, man.
And they play great defense. I mean, this team is very well positioned moving forward, and I think we all agree something's going to get done. But again, you really don't want to leverage the farm to do it. All right, Coming up next, let's transition back into a little foosball. Will McClay, who. And dare we ask Brian Broaddus, speaking of the, on the executive front, is that a guy that gets enough credit for the job he's done and some of the talent he's brought in? He talks to our KNC Masterpiece yesterday, and we'll react to some of the stuff he said. Lots to get to. Oh, by the way, haven't even thrown out the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line yet. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. We'll read a couple of your text messages as well. So much to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Find quality protein at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on sustainable wild-caught fresh halibut fillets with Prime through July 29th. Grill this light, flaky fish for a delicious seafood main. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is Chief Meteorologist.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I think when it comes to you, Gavin Dawson and Bryan Broaddus, y'all have the most lines that are your little Fred lines, your Bryan lines, and your Dawson lines. I think someone, you know, when
little isms,
you know, when Bobby makes the AI versions, which AI Brian Broaddus is so one of the greatest things I've ever heard in my life.
Oh my God! Yeah.
What is this, Jordan out here? What's this architecture?
There's snow. I can't even tell where the stadium is. There's no ice outside.
You got to hear Lucius. Lucius can imitate me pretty well. Like Lucius will give it like, yeah, you're cooking for everybody. Yeah, you know, and I can't believe you're. You know, he's got the voice down for it. But AI Broaddus is just. That's awesome. It sounds just like me.
Someone texted in Freddie plus Blake plus Broaddus equals solid trio. So can we call that BBF? No BBL? Wow. BBF?
Wow.
I mean, call whatever you want.
Yeah.
You
got the BBF right here.
Call it anything you want. Bryan, as somebody who also likes to ask long-winded questions.
Boy, I can ask some long-winded questions.
You guys.
No, I mean, look, between the two of us.
I'll interrupt the F out of you, too. I'll do that
I'll tell you what, you and I are both on the same page here. I mean, I think you and I could probably do a segment where we just ask an entire question back and forth between the two of us and actually don't answer any of it. If you gave us an opportunity to do it.
It's funny, like, to me, sometimes people ask me questions, and I'll be thinking about it, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, something else will pop into my head, and then I have to, like, trying to get that in, but I will ask. I felt so bad for Jarrett the other day when I asked, because I asked that question.
You asked four questions within the question.
I asked 4 questions within a question because I was like a fan. Yeah. You know, and I was talking to him like he and I were sitting.
Right.
You know,
I get it. Trust me.
He and I were sitting at Hurtado Barbecue.
Yeah.
And I was just like, but you know what, Jarrett, you'll tell me this. Yeah. You'll tell me that the bottom of the order has been killing this team. And you know what, Jarrett, the first time I really noticed it happened the other day. And he'll go, well, you know, but you know what? I'll tell you what.
Just give me a second, Jarrett.
Yeah, but I did it 3 times
you did.
to him.
No, I loved it.
And each time he goes, yeah. And then he stopped,
Yeah.
and he was so polite about it.
Yeah.
That thing went a minute 16.
We should just have Bryan, Chiafalo, and Fred in a room, and they're just all asking questions. Nobody answering them.
Well, and it's funny you say that. So Chief had the longest question for a while, and then I was
It was
on
the most.
with
It was
CA.
by length. By length, it was the most because it never stopped. Mine went 3 parts.
Okay,
is
well,
what
so
it did.
so you guys you guys played my question because I asked Nick Harris a question, and I was still relatively new to the station, so nobody really cared who I was at that point. But I asked him, I think it was like a minute
who's
and
this fan?
18. Yeah,
who's this fan asking a question?
Who's this dude that won't shut up and just? And again, to your point, I think I answered 3 of the questions within the question I asked as well. So, look, we're just glad to be here today, and we just can't. And by the way, last thing before we go. I did see we had a fair foul a couple weeks ago where it said people who interrupt you may not be rude, but it's that their processing speed is so much faster than the average layperson.
That's what they say.
That you're
That's what
ready
they
to start
say,
talking before they're done answering.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
There's times where people have asked me questions that I know what the question's going to be by the way they start the question off.
Are you a let me stop you right there guy?
Oh, I'm just an interrupter guy. I just immediately, like you'll say.
How many times do you think we can interrupt each other in this segment?
Oh no, absolutely. The Cowboys offensive line. Yeah, you know what, Fred? They're trying to do this, and I know exactly what you're going to ask about the offensive line. And so,
and like the Oxnard question, I couldn't even finish it, and you already were like, "Well, there's 2 other teams here," and I was like, "You know what? I'm okay."
Well,
with that.
let's see if Will McClay. Let's see if he is long-winded.
He can answer some questions. Yeah.
Will McClay was asked on being in a fluid situation right now. Now, this one's only 35 seconds, so not long-winded. Let's hear from the man that makes all the decisions about the ones we care about, Will McClay.
Very fluid. I mean, it's there's camp, there's injuries, there's all these things that can happen. You go back to last year, we felt pretty good about what we were doing. We lose 5 defensive ends, we lose 5 corners. Those are very hard positions to replace, especially at a high level. So you've got to be prepared for that. So it's always working, always trying to get there. We've got a great group of scouts, and what we do is the college scouts are here now. Their number one job is to go on the road and know about colleges, but we also ask them to go do programs so that they know what's playing, and they also give us, extra eyes on the road to watch all these other teams. We're always looking and always trying to improve.
Thoughts on that, Bryan?
Yeah, see, that's what we were talking about earlier, that how with the way the roster's constructed, and Will is always looking to add, and he's going to protect himself with his offense and defensive line. He's going to try and make sure that he has some young guys, but some veteran guys in the mix. He has a really, really good feel for what his roster and where Will actually does some of his best work is, as a former coach, he has the eye to be able to say, okay, my coach needs this. He could see that. Some personnel guys with not having that background, they go up to their coach and say, hey, how can I help you? What can I do? Well, Will can ask you the, hey, how can I help you question, but Will can also say, hey, I noticed this, and I want to run this by you. And usually the coach will say, yeah, I'm glad you asked about that because this is kind of how I feel. So if you get a coach, Will had a really good relationship with Dan Quinn. I mean, a really good relationship with Dan Quinn. And so, some of the defensive players that they were able to bring in was because of that relationship. And I think that relationship helped the defense. Maybe he didn't have the best relationship with Mike McCarthy. I'm not saying it was terrible, but he really, really was able to help Dan Quinn while Dan was here.
Can I ask a side tangent question?
Sure.
I don't want to get us too off track, but when you mentioned Dan Quinn, my mind immediately went to kind of some of the other assistant coaches that were here. I think a lot of them were fan favorites. Do you think some of these new assistant coaches, not talking about necessarily the OCDC, we talked about them, but the positional coaches, do you think there has been an upgrade at some of those positions, maybe a new voice, or do you think, or do you think there's going to be a void? Because we had some very good positional coaches that I think even a lot of fans enjoyed. What do you think about that dynamic as far as the new positional coaches that are in play in this offseason?
Yeah, there's some of these teams that have. I'm just going to give you from a scouting perspective. You look at the teams like the Ravens, and you look at the Steelers. From a scouting perspective, there's been very little turnover when it comes to the head coach and the overall philosophy of how they want their players to be or to look or how they're going to use them. You get changes in the coordinators and stuff like that where you have to kind of adjust. But overall, the theme of how you build your team is through the head coach. And so when you get a new coach in, now the advantage is that Schottenheimer has been here, but that helps Will in that way. But he's also got a lot of coaches that have never coached in the league. He's got a wide receiver coach that was a college guy. He's got other coaches that were college coaches. Connor Riley, the offensive line coach, was at Kansas State. Clayton Adams, was the line coach at Arizona. And as you watch him work on the field here for the Cowboys, he's letting Connor Riley coach the offensive line. I find that kind of interesting, but I could see where Will is trying to. It's going to take a little bit to kind of get to know what these coaches want, but there were some clear. You're right. There were some favorites. Will really, really loved working with Dan Quinn. I mean, if there was a coach that, like, if Mike McCarthy got let go after that Green Bay game, I guarantee you Will McClay would have been pounding the table to try and get Dan Quinn the head coaching job here. They had that kind of relationship with each other. Matter of fact, I said something about Dan Quinn on the radio after that Green Bay game that, okay, and I threw it out there. What was Dan? Was he worrying about interviewing for other jobs and not paying attention? Will McClay basically MF'd me for even thinking that.
Ooh.
He's like, you've been in this league long enough to know that doesn't happen. I'm like, well, then let me just tell you this then, Will. You wear what happened in that Green Bay game. And he goes, I will. And that was, that, and Will and I mean, we've talked since and things like that. I mean, that's, as personnel guys.
How soon after that game did you guys have that exchange?
Oh, I said it like we were on a show on Tuesday. We were trying to pick up the pieces.
So it was still fresh in his mind.
Oh, it was still very, very fresh.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe even in the post-game show, we were all kind of like, and this is what happens. Seriously, this is what happens when you're doing a post-game show. People driving home.
Oh,
they turn on the radio.
We've
and they're
done
like,
the post-game show and people are pissed.
And they're going, well, what the hell is Broaddus talking about today? I'm sure he's pissing somebody off, that.
And let's be real. Nobody in their right mind saw that coming. All right, last thing.
Yeah.
But maybe you and your boy do see eye to eye on this. This is our boy Will on always evaluating guys, no matter what.
Our key moments. Coach always talks about it. Tells the players you're always being evaluated, and we have to evaluate everything. And so there are key moments. There's little things like guys being in the, even in the chow hall, you watch them. Who picks up their plate? Who does? You're looking for all these different things. And when it gets out there on the field, it's those instances where, hey, that's a tough situation, and he made the decision to do that. Now, does he do it continually? And that's who the guy is. And so you want to see guys do that repeated action. You want to see them do it again and again, and that's who they are, and that's what we look for.
I'll tell you what.
Awesome.
Awesome. And just real quick, because we're up against it.
Yeah.
But him mentioning that we look at who picks up their tray and how they go about. Real quick, what's the and that kind of reminds me of like crazy hiring questions, like one of the craziest hiring questions I ever asked or was taught. What does the inside of your car look like? What's the craziest thing or most nondescript, just off-kilter thing that that's been kind of in the Bryan Broaddus handbook of things you look at or look for in a player?
I watch how you treat the trainers and equipment staff.
Love it. Love it. Okay.
Underrated.
I like it. By the way, and I already know the answer to this. Are you a return your cart guy back to the
absolutely,
deal?
yes.
Okay.
Brian probably wipes it down, returns it, and leaves $1 on the cart for the next person.
Yeah. Well, let's not get carried away. But, okay.
I do wipe it down, yeah.
Okay. Now, is that more of an OCD thing, or is that because...
I make my bed at my hotel every day. I do that. Yes, it's habit. It's
I'm not.
It's a habit. It's habit. A part of my life.
I'm telling you right now. I'm with you on that. If I'm staying in a hotel room more than a night, I will absolutely do the exact same thing. Because there's something about
fold up my towel, put it up. Yeah,
I'll fold my towel. I don't like seeing a messy bed unless there's somebody in it. All right, coming up next. You guys know what time. First time ever. We're popping Brian's fair or foul cherry coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark with a little Broaddus sprinkled in.
Reservations are officially open for the most delicious event of the year, DFW Restaurant Week. Indulge in exquisite multi-course meals at the best restaurants across Dallas-Fort Worth. But don't delay, dining begins with preview weekend on July 31st. It's your chance to experience culinary excellence, all while giving back to the North Texas Food Bank and Lena Pope. Make your reservations today at dfwrestaurantweek.com. Made possible by Uber One, Market Street, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, and Stella Artois, the official beer of DFW Restaurant Week.
Okay, Mark, let's clear this up. I get in an accident out there on the roads, and I'm thinking I need thousands and thousands of dollars. How does this whole process work with you guys over at Frank?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Citrus Baseball. Unmatched coverage of your local 9 is right here on The Fan.
This upcoming segment on The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Oh, good God. That is... Broaddus, are you a MMA guy?
Not at all. Not at all. And we were very fortunate. When I was at DallasCowboys.com, we went to the UFC place in Vegas. DallasCowboys.com got to visit those folks. They were kind of interested in how we do promotional stuff, with our websites and things. And they were very, very, very nice to us out there. It was kind of cool to see all that. But no, I'm not I don't watch that at all.
We asked the question because we're watching this dude's eye pretty much explode in front of us, and it's arguably one of the nastiest things I think I've ever seen in the history of my life.
That is tough.
No, it's absolutely disgusting. All right, look, we have teased this for quite some time, and look, nobody does a tease quite like Fan After Dark. We've got an Eric Mangini tease that we're going to pay off probably tomorrow. I think we're going to pay it off tomorrow. The Eric Mangini who spoke out about the Brian Schottenheimer.
Are we doing the Mangini clip right here?
We're doing not here. We're doing that tomorrow. We're doing the Mangini payoff tomorrow. We have been teasing that. When did Schotty get hired? February? Like last week of February? Like February 24th or something like that?
I don't remember the
exact date. Man, I don't know off the top of my head.
The reason I say that is because that following Monday,
hang on,
Eric Mangini was on, I don't know, some show and gave his thoughts on the, because let's call it what it is. I mean, we all are just waiting for things to start, but everybody in football was like, oh my God,
January 24th. That's right, my daughter's birthday. Okay,
so I mean, just random aside.
There we go.
So Mangini went on some show that day or the following Monday, so it might have been the 26th, 27th, whatever it was, and gave his thoughts, which were some of the few in mainstream media at the time that were positive regarding the Brian Schottenheimer tease. So I teased it that day. I said, hey, wait till we hear what Eric Mangini has to say about the Brian Schottenheimer trade or hire. And that's been since January. So 6 months later. 6 months later, we're paying off that tease.
We got business to take care of. This is Bryan Broaddus' first time being a part of Fair or Foul, a staple of Fan After Dark, where we give you a story and from around the world, and we say, guys, is this fair? Is this foul? Usually we have 3 or 4 stories, but considering us 3 talkers are on here, I'm sure we'll only get through one story.
And this one's going to be
maybe a half a story.
And this one's going to be controversial.
And this one is also special. Right, we've got Bryan Broaddus here. It's a Saturday. Good vibes are going on. So Freddie D has put together an intro for Fair or Foul, which he's also been teasing for weeks.
Yeah.
An intro. Now, this is version 1.0.
Yeah.
We'll be getting 2.0, 1.2 throughout the weeks. But why not unveil it right here with Bryan Broaddus? Let's cue up the very first Fair or Foul intro for the Fan After Dark.
He would step across the line. Habitually. He's a habitual line stepper.
Fair or foul?
Are you talking to me on a cellular phone? I don't know you. Who is this? Don't come here. I'm hanging up the phone. Prank caller.
Fair or foul?
And it's driving you nuts.
It's driving me nuts. I work at home. I can't concentrate.
That's only in the morning. You're supposed to be up cooking breakfast for somebody, and so that's like an alarm clock.
Fair or foul?
Okay. It's, again, we're workshopping it. Yeah. Look, if that doesn't get you excited
Can you tell who was saying Fair or Foul? Do you know who that is, Bryan?
Yeah, do you know who that was?
It's Hicksy.
Woo!
100%.
What an ear.
So we need... Pause. We just need him to say it a little bit longer.
We're going to stretch it.
We just need it a little bit longer. That's what she said. Okay, so the bottom line is this, Bryan Broaddus. We're going to read a story. Maybe it's a personal anecdote. Maybe it's a story out there in the ethos, and then we will comment on whether it's fair or foul. Okay, so we're not breaking the world here. All right, here we go. Surprisingly, Surprisingly, people with higher intelligence levels are 3 times more likely to struggle with alcoholism, according to a long-term psychological study. The research tracked thousands of individuals and found a strong correlation between high IQ scores and substance abuse. Theory suggests that smarter individuals often experience existential boredom, heightened anxiety, or social disconnect, which can lead them to self-medicate through alcohol. Their success and independence may also shield them from early intervention. Experts warn that intelligence alone doesn't make someone immune to addiction. If anything, it can make the warning signs easier to hide. And of course, this is the source of the source of this is the Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health. Fair or foul, people with higher IQs are 3 times more likely to become alcoholics. And I say this is fair because I am an alcoholic. So, I mean, you're preaching to the choir here,
well,
people.
Blake is not an alcoholic yet.
Practicing.
I don't know, man. This is one of those things where how many people did they survey?
Didn't say.
That's important.
Didn't say.
Because are we just surveying a group of guys that just happen to be smart and they also drink on the side, or are we surveying all of America?
Again, I mean, I don't know if you just listened to anything I just read, but it just said that the research that they've done indicates, thousands. The research tracked thousands of individuals, and I don't know, I don't know what you're listening to when I'm reading these things. The research tracked thousands of individuals and found a strong correlation between high IQ scores and substance abuse. Do you need me to read that 4 more times?
I think it's foul.
Okay.
I think it's foul.
fair. I think it's fair all day.
I think it's foul. I think if you are relying on alcohol to be smart.
Okay, that's not, again, this is, comprehension's not your friend this morning, is it? I know what you did last night, okay? And I'm starting to, I think it's starting to factor in. That's enough out of you. Brian, your thoughts.
I think it's fair. And I go back to one of my favorite authors is Ernest Hemingway.
Oh, Lush.
And so, Ernest Hemingway, very, very creative in the way that he was able to, his novels, his storytelling, brilliant man. But he was a alcoholic to the
nth degree.
To the end. Winston Churchill was another guy. During wartime and stuff, Winston Churchill drank all day. And you'd say, well, is he an alcoholic or is he? But he was a functioning alcoholic, I guess. Alcoholic. He was called to the world stage in the 40s and navigated that. But he drank all day. But there are some very smart, very talented people that are alcoholics. But the one I always think about is Ernest Hemingway and the novels that he wrote. And I think he's a very, very smart man.
You'd have to be a drunk to his first wife. So Ernest was never afraid to go out and get himself another woman.
He's not a good human being.
Not great. Not great
at all. But he was the way the history of him and the novels and stuff. I mean, he's world renowned for his writing ability.
Dude, he survived 2 plane crashes in 2 days.
I've done the research. Yeah.
Oh, ChatGPT.
ChatGPT has said this. So I looked up. I said, what are some famous alcoholics with high IQs right here? So I'm going to read these names, and you let me know. Do you know these people? Did you know that they were alcoholics?
Okay.
One you already mentioned being Winston Churchill. They also mentioned Stephen King.
Stephen King, okay.
Some musicians, Jim Morrison and Amy Winehouse.
Yeah, they're both
I thought that Jim Morrison was more into the psychedelics, and stuff like that.
So died from years of alcohol and drug abuse, and then Amy Winehouse as well. Some actors, Robin Williams, Daniel Radcliffe, Stephen Fry.
I don't know who Stephen Fry is.
I don't either. When it comes to writers and philosophers, we already talked about Hemingway. F. Scott Fitzgerald. Wrote The Great Gatsby.
Okay,
The Great Gatsby. Wild. I mean, and one of my favorite movies. I didn't know that he was an alcoholic.
Yeah, apparently, according to ChatGPT. Charles Bukowski, poet and novelist.
I love that dude.
Hunter S. Thompson, founder of the Gonzo journalism.
There you go, Hunter S. Thompson. There you go.
And then 2 more to get us out of here with, at least for Blake's take. Scientists and inventors Richard Feynman, Nobel Prize winning physicist, known for his brilliance and big word, I don't know.
Existential?
No. Struggled with alcohol later in life and the death of his first wife. And then John Nash, mathematician and Nobel laureate in economics. Had a complicated relationship. Something like that. Had a complicated relationship with alcohol and mental illness.
Well, I don't think so. I see why you're not an alcoholic.
I don't need. I practice the other one. I don't need alcohol. Okay. We're gonna do with. I
don't think is anybody in your generation alcoholics.
I don't know. I don't think we do. I don't think we do alcohol.
I think we're having far less drinkers of young kids, but maybe they're going back to the 70s with stuff that they're doing.
I think we're more in the 70s. I don't think it's alcohol.
Smoking weed all the time.
Yeah, I don't think alcohol is dominating.
No,
it's expensive.
Not like my era. My era was very much alcohol.
I was going to say, and I think my generation was probably the last alcoholic generation. Yeah, we stayed getting crunk. Like this generation doesn't even they can't even understand what a house party is. Or what the allure of a house party is.
It's called a kickback, and I told you that, and then you started talking about what a kickback means.
We literally did a story about how Gen Z, that's your generation.
Is that? When is the cutoff? And if anybody knows, you got way too much time on your time.
Ask our other resident Gen Zer in the room. What's the? Do you know what the? Ask. Look, you've got ChatGPT in front of you. Ask
why not? Yeah,
come on.
Go
ahead and ask your people.
Is the Gen? Because I hate being in Gen Z.
Well, welcome to the party, pal.
I want to be a millennial.
Yep, too late.
1997 to 2012.
Oh, that's all you.
So I barely made the Gen Z.
You're in it to win it. You're in it to win it. Yeah. That's your peeps, bro. That's your peeps.
So you say fair. Alcoholics, high
IQ? 100%.
Fair.
100%.
Which one do you think is the higher correlation? Like being an alcoholic or being the high IQ? Do you think there's
a
more?
lot of stupid people that are alcoholics too. Like, let's not make. Let's not pretend that you have to be smart to be. Now, I know plenty of idiots that are alcoholics. You're looking at one of them. Okay, I mean, I drank alcoholically for 22 years, but I was one of those guys that I knew from the first time I drank that it was a little bit different than everybody else. So.
I was never smart, and I drank.
See, I mean, exactly. Now, real quick,
smart.
Have you ever drank with Henry Thomas?
Yes, I have.
I'll tell you what, and lived to tell the tale.
Yes, I have, but it was way back when we were at school at LSU. Yeah, we've been to some parties together.
Man, I'm telling you right now, that's the dude.
What were they serving back in the day? I need Brian. What were they serving? What was
PBR?
Nickel beer.
Thunderbirds?
Nickel beer.
You guys drink
nickel
Thunderbird.
beer. We were drinking bad keg beer. Like it could be the worst keg beer you could ever.
But it was an actual keg. What a day!
Yeah. No, we used to have keg parties. Like you got a cup
absolutely.
But we had a thing. They had like a nickel beer at we'd have nights out like. $1 highballs, and then
you went home and
beer.
drove. Yeah, I mean that's what you guys did back in those days.
And then we would next day at breakfast at the athletic dorm go, "Hey, who drove last night?" And then we none of us will remember, which is very, very scary and bad to say.
Is it? Look, I'm right there with you. All right, there you have it. The first ever fair or foul with the Super Bowl winning
One question.
Scout.
Way to go.
Well, that's all we got. That's all we were able to get in today. That's all we were able to get in. But you know what? It was
bunch of talkers.
Long show. Maybe we'll get another one.
Long-winded. All right, coming up next, we are at the 2-hour mark of the program. Let's take a trip around the National Football League. A lot going on across the NFL. Training camp is underway. Boys, we're less than 5 days away from football actually playing in earnest. We'll discuss that and more next. Don't go anywhere. Bryan Broaddus live from Oxnard. I'm Fred. That's Blake. New guy Jake behind the glass. This is Fan After Dark.
It's a must-listen.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
Was it spicy?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the program happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this absolute. Look, I don't care if you're in Oxnard, California. I don't care if you're in Timbuktu or DFW. It is an absolutely fantastic day here, talking all things Dallas Cowboys with the Super Bowl winning scout, the heart of the G-Bag Nation, the one, the only, Mr. Bryan Broaddus. We've got the one, the only, the phenom himself, Mr. Blake Elliott to my right. And then, of course, keeping us nice and crispy behind the glass, a burgeoning star in his own right, the one, the only, new guy Jake, a.k.a. Ghetto Jake Ray from Plano, a.k.a. Jacob Ray.
Jake's had to be a little quieter today because we got a lot of voices in here. He hasn't been able to get in there.
He's handling it like a boss.
He's getting all the audio, getting his in and out. True professional.
He's jaking it off back there.
Yeah, Jake, he did work with us for the week with the G-Bag Nation and did a solid job. I mean, the only misstep he had, it was Eric's fault. Eric called for some audio that he didn't help Jake with, and so Jake got caught behind the 8 ball a little bit, but hey, a solid performer.
We got Colleen Wolf and Stanback. Are they here with the Cowboys? Or
they were set up.
There's a huge star in the background, so that would be my guess.
Are you going to jump in the background of this little insider NFL hit they're doing right now? Where you see Bryan Broaddus?
They're actually probably about 15 yards away from me right now.
Just shout. Just yell at
Stanback. Hey, Stanback.
Seriously. We're watching them on our TV right now. They're doing a great job doing some coverage as well. But you know where to get the best coverage. It's right here on 105.3 The Fans. We're talking to Bryan Broaddus, who is out at Oxnard. Going to be having his eyes on camp at 2 o'clock is when practice starts. When do we start seeing some people rolling in? When's about that time you start seeing cats rolling, whether it's coaches, training staff, or players?
Well, they usually, if the practice starts at my time at 11:45, you'll see guys go out on the field about 11:15. That's when all the ceremonies, like when we start in the background, you'll be able to hear like music. It'll be kind of crazy here for a second, but generally the guys start going out on the field about 11:15 and getting some early stretch and things like that. Maybe throw the ball around a little bit and get a little work, but it's usually about 30 minutes before practice starts.
Well, there's been a lot of practices going on, not just the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to take a trip around the NFL and kind of some of the different training camp stories going out. I think the one that caught my eyes yesterday was Shamar Stewart. Finally getting his contract done. Shamar Stewart and the Cincinnati Bengals reached an agreement on a 4-year, fully guaranteed $18.9 million contract that includes $10.4 million and a signing bonus per his agent, Zach Hiller, of his agent over there in Cincinnati. I think the big back and forth was the guaranteed money and the I guess the prison agreement that if I go to prison,
prison Cincinnati got the clause put in about conduct detrimental. But what happened, the trade-off is he got more of his guaranteed money earlier in the contract.
Okay.
So the Brown family who owns the Bengals said, we'll take it, we'll give you more money, but you got to give us the clause, the way out, that if you decide that you want to go do something off the field that's going to get you suspended, then we got ourselves covered.
Is this in multiple players' contracts, this whole prison thing? This is the first time Blake is hearing of this, so educate me and the listeners. Is this in a lot of players' contracts, this prison?
Well, there's conduct detrimental. We saw what happened with with Wilkins' contract there with the Raiders.
Yeah.
Was that they felt like that his conduct detrimental was about taking care of himself, and so they used that as a mechanism to get out of any other money that they owed him. Like, listen, supposedly he had the foot problem. I think it was the Liz Frank foot issue that he was dealing with, and then that there was possibly well, hey, you might need more surgery. He's saying, no, I don't need surgery, and then that's where the disconnect all came down, and the Raiders said, okay, we're releasing you for on an injury deal, and that's now his side is fighting, the Players Association is fighting now the Raiders for the loss of this contract.
And it's what? Tom Telesco's the GM over there now.
He's no
correct?
longer there. Tommy's not there anymore. Tommy got let go. Yeah. Tommy got let go after last year. Yeah. Who is the new GM over there? It's Spytech. I think his name is John Spytech.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you mean that's right. Because I was thinking of the dude who was the guy, and then because they've gone through 3 GMs in the last 3 seasons or something.
Oh, they've
crazy
done
like
a ton.
That?
Yeah, since the Mike Mayock days. Yeah,
so you had Mike Mayock, the Dave, whatever his name was, because he wanted the guy that was with Josh McDaniels. Because I remember reading an article about how he wanted C.J. Stroud and wanted to move up, and Josh McDaniels shot him down. And of course, we all know that went out. And then I'm sorry, that's right. I was thinking of Tom Telesco. So let me ask you this then: do you think? How much of this do you think is Tom Brady? We know he's minority owner, but allegedly he's got a lot of say so in personnel matters.
Sure does.
How much do we think he's behind the scenes pulling some of the strings on this?
I don't think this is a Tom Brady thing. I think this is just that they, Pete Carroll is really, really involved in things over there as well. So it's like, Pete's like saying, well, wait a minute, is this guy going to be available? Is he not going to be available? Does he need, he was supposed to, their medical team's like, you probably need to get to surgery. And he's like, no. So refusal of doing that becomes availability. That becomes availability questions. So I don't think Tom had anything to do with this. I think this is really Spytech. I think it's Pete Carroll, and it's just the benefit of trying to make sure that their team is protected that way for a player that they're paying a contract to.
And Spytech was with Brady
Tampa.
in Tampa, correct?
Yeah.
So
You don't got to spend a lot of time on this. I know you've already discussed it, but we got a couple fans texting in that maybe didn't get to hear it. Christian Wilkins, possibility of the Cowboys getting him.
Plays 3 technique. So I'm going to be out here on the practice field in a little bit when I get done with you, and I could kind of walk over and talk to somebody about that. My gut feeling right now is a no. He plays more of a 3 technique than he plays a 1. I think that, depending on, they really do like Solomon Thomas. Me personally, I don't think they're going to play a traditional 1 technique here. I think they're going to have some bodies that they could play at it, but I think this team is going to play with a light front, much like we did in the early 2000s with Mike Zimmer. But I think they're going to play with a little bit lighter front and not have we're going to have to completely, have this 1 technique. Everybody then freaks out. They say, well, if you don't have a 1 technique, you're going to play terrible run defense. That's not true.
Yeah.
The thing with the Cowboys, if you watch Cowboys run defense and the problems they had, it wasn't just 1 technique. They weren't good on the edge. They weren't good at linebacker nearly enough. They weren't good at safety playing in the box, and they weren't good on the edges when it came to tackling when the ball spilled outside. They have got to get better as a front 7. We all focus on big, fat, 1 technique guys. It's nice to have, yes, but you watch where teams were able to run the ball. You go on Pro Football Focus and see directions of where plays were hit, the explosive plays in the Cowboys. Edges were a big, big problem for the Cowboys last year.
Speaking of big problems, there's a lot of teams right now that are dealing with holdouts. We got a couple different players. Terry McLaurin is not reported to camp. Trey Hendrickson from the Bengals has not reported to camp. I think we got Micah who's holding in. It's there. Also got James Cook, kind of an underrated one who has not been participating in camp. Juwan Jennings. Out of all those players and just in general, what do you think is going to kind of happen? Do you think all these guys are going to get paid, or a guy like Trey Hendrickson maybe not going to get that contract?
Well, the thing that you have to realize is that how much resolve do these players have? See, Micah as a hold-in, you know what that tells me? I'll ask you guys this question.
Mm-hmm.
Micah as a hold-in as opposed to Terry McLaurin, Hendrickson, and those guys that are not in camp. What does that tell you? What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Leadership.
That one's closer to a deal, and they're just waiting on getting some particulars finished.
I'm going to say this, guys. Micah Parsons doesn't want to give up money. He doesn't want to be fined. He doesn't want to be fined.
Okay.
That's a great 50,000 a day. If you sit out practices, you're getting fined. You can get fined up to $50,000 a day.
Diggs figured that out.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, they hold to it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Not
they'll hold
is
to
it?
And that's not one of those things that we can negotiate and all that. That's out of the contract right now. Micah Parsons, and this is where I think the Cowboys are at right now with Micah Parsons. I think that's why maybe it's taken a little bit longer than we think. With Micah Parsons being here, okay, he's not getting fined. Okay,
No.
good. Taking care of that. But what Micah Parsons, what they're also saying is that maybe we can wait Micah Parsons out and he's not going to miss game checks. That might be the real possibility here. That, like, listen, if he wants to continue to hold out and hold out and hold out, well, hold in and not do anything, how much is he willing? His contract is somewhere at $25, $26 million this year. How is he really willing to separate himself from, say, $1.8 million, $2 million a week? I think the Cowboys are gambling a little bit that he is not going to, and they might get him for a favorable deal. And I mean favorable in the way that it's not $42 million. Again, this is just the thought.
Yeah.
If I'm Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Todd Williams, Adam Pacifica, those guys that are doing these contracts, the fact that he's being a hold-in tells him he doesn't want to give up money.
Because what's the likelihood? Because now he does have a slight back issue, correct? And that's what, at least that's what's being billed as to why he's not playing.
I got the LOL. On that one,
so
by
that's
the way.
that's pure BS. That's why he's not practicing.
That's. I mean, he says that
back issue,
quote
Fred.
unquote BS.
Yeah, he says, and then I talked to people in the front office, said Micah back injury ? LOL. That's what I got back. Yeah.
So I guess what I'm getting at then is they're banking on, and again we're speculating here that okay, look, he obviously doesn't want to miss money. He wants to be there, so it's kind of like you said, it's kind of a hold-in sort
the
of
leadership thing
situation.
is always the leadership thing is a nice thing that everybody's talking about because why all of a sudden now does he want to become a leader? And they could say the whole thing with Tank, he didn't want to step on Tank's. If you're a leader, you're a leader.
Exactly.
Yeah. This guy does not like classroom football. He doesn't like being around in OTAs. There's a lot of things. Myself, Sean Sharif, Zach Wolchuk, a lot of guys have heard from people within the organization, haven't heard it from Jerry or Steven yet, but that like, hey, this would be a mistake if you give this guy $40 million. This would be a mistake. And so there's, Jerry Jones listens to a lot of people.
He's evaluating.
Do you think he listens to too many?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. And he might be listening to somebody like, that within the organization that's telling him like, Jerry, do you really want to do this? They're going to have to draw the line on one of these contracts, by the way, because right now they're getting run over on them. They're getting
you got it because you've got to get this gets me angry. You've got to get ahead on them. Did we think Micah Parsons was going to be a worse player come this offseason than he was last year? You could have paid him $35 million, which would have been the highest paid non-quarterback, and got it done with.
That's what I'm saying. They might be a point in time where they don't think that he's worth $40 million or $35 million.
Then that's outrageous. Then they don't know what they're doing, Brian. I don't know. If they don't think he's worth 35,
and Blake, it's really easy just to throw up your hands and say that. I mean, that's and as a fan, you could say that. I mean, absolutely, but they're not going anywhere. that front office is not going anywhere.
Exactly. What are they still waiting for Micah to prove? What does he need to prove?
I don't think it's that they're proving anything.
I think it's not. It's like they're worried about giving the money if he's going to be around all the time. And see, they're willing to. Even they had questions about Dak Prescott, but you could never question Dak Prescott wanting to be there every single day.
Well, then this will make sense. This holdout, not paying him if they don't pay him at all.
They could franchise tag him. They could franchise tag him. They could do this a couple of different times.
Of course. This makes no sense in a football sense if they end up just paying him later down the road. If they don't pay him at all, this makes sense. Hey, we don't think he is worth the money. We're going to let him play out his contract. We're going to franchise tag him. If you end up paying him, all you did was cost yourself money. That's all you did.
No, and you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. But this is where I think all of a sudden Jerry comes in, and I said this yesterday on our show. This is where I think Jerry sometimes comes in and then, like, he gets mad at the player and he doesn't want to sign the player. And then they have to wait 3 weeks until he doesn't get mad anymore. You know what I'm saying? That all of a sudden, like, he gets mad at Dak. He gets mad at, like, I don't know if I want to pay this guy. And the one thing that they remind you of every single time is these players are under contract.
Yeah.
These players are under contract.
They love that.
They remind you of that every single time. Well, so I think that's what he's believed. It's like, listen, I signed a contract with you. You need to be here.
Yeah.
You need to be a part of this.
And how much? And now you got me thinking, Brian, because to your point about, and a couple things are running through my head right now, but the part about A, he doesn't want to lose money, but B, and I think the other part, maybe they haven't said this out loud yet, is and you kind of hit on it. All right. Hasn't always been a full participant in OTAs, voluntary workouts, which again we all know, voluntary.
He's got a life, and good for him. I mean, good for him.
But I hear what you're saying though. In this instance, ironic how the year he's up for a contract is the year he finally decides to start showing up. So
Bingo.
to your
See,
point,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. All of a sudden, you become a leader, and he's blaming it on. Well, Tank was here, and I didn't want to step on Tank. He and Tank didn't get along.
Period.
Because Tank saw him as Tank was the kind of the face of the edge rushing guys. He was hey, Tank's going to get his double-digit sacks, and Tank is this. And we pay Tank and all that. All of a sudden, then Micah Parsons took all that over. Tank's really a good run defender. Nobody's talking about Tank being a pass rusher anymore.
No,
we're not even talking about Tank in
Parsons.
general.
We're talking about Micah Parsons being a great pass rusher.
And here's the other thing too, to your point about whether it's Dak, who again you already know you're not worried about him showing up, and you're not worried about CD showing up. Right?
Always going to be there.
Those two guys, you don't worry about. We have never had a conversation about what they do in the offseason, about their ability to show up. And I'll take it one step further. If they were to decide to move off of Micah, when we look at the Super Bowl teams in the last 10 to 15 years, all right, how many of them did it with the highest paid edge rusher? All right, I'm just saying that there's ways to allocate your funds.
I'm sure there was some Denver Bronco back in the day.
Okay, you had Von Miller back in 2015.
I'm sure that Von Miller, was that kind of. Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, but he was probably highly. I'm just saying that's one that came to my mind.
But all I'm saying is this, though, right? Is now. Are you willing to pay your highest paid defensive tackle when you look at a Chris Jones, when you look at an Aaron Donald?
Yeah.
But again, hey, how are the Steelers done with T.J. Watt? How have the Browns done with Myles Garrett? How have the
Raiders?
What's the other team I'm thinking of? Well, Raiders. We already know they're trash. How? And I go back to this all the time. How many playoff runs did the Texans go on with J.J. Watt playing as the best defensive end of football, right?
No question.
So all I'm saying is...
And you got the highest paid quarterback. Don't forget that.
You know what I'm saying? So at some point, you have to make a decision. You can't pay everybody. And I get it. The cap goes up and what have you. But if you're concerned about what this guy is going to bring moving forward, I think it's a viable concern nonetheless. All right, coming up next, let's talk. Let's keep the Cowboys chit-chat going. Jaden Blue finally spoke on the riffraff that was brought up about him last week, still paging Glenn Smith. And then CD had a few things to say. I'll tell you what, we're just going to jake off on a Saturday, a little potpourri jake off, if you will, coming up next.
Our goal is to be your Buc-ee's of radio. You know, where you stay for a while. Except we can't promise our bathrooms are going to be clean with these guys. Stick around. More laughs and sports ahead right here on The Fan, the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
said that? Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fred sitting
the
across
connection
from
of
me.
the show's changed.
The connection of the show has changed. We got Fred in front of me. He's in a wife beater and a.
This is not a wife beater.
He's in a tank top.
It's a tank top.
My bad.
Yeah, no, get it right. Because I had to sit here and listen to Khaki Kev dissect what I was wearing one day.
What did he say?
Well, I was wearing a clear sleeveless.
Yes, I remember.
Well, it's a tank top. No, it's not. No, it's not.
You're wearing a Nike tank top.
Thank you.
A backwards cap.
Yes.
Your barbed wire tattoo is not showing
Shut
in
up.
this
Shut
iteration.
up.
We've got new guy Jake behind the ones and twos, keeping us crispy because he's got us connected all the way to California. California, talking with Bryan Broaddus. We're detailing your Dallas Cowboys and the connections they have been making out here in Oxnard. Bryan, you enjoying the weather? Is it still 72 and breezy?
He is.
Oh, it's beautiful out here right now. Yeah.
Any bugs? Any bugs?
No, man.
No
It's
bugs.
This is nice. I'll give you an official weather report if you'd like.
I would love an official weather report. I give
guys in weather reports.
I give one in
UNCA.
Dallas.
Yeah,
mine are terrible, so I'd love your California one. Let's hear your best weatherman cosplay.
Oh no, this is right now. The temperature is 68 degrees. The high today is going to be 72.
Nice.
The sun will be completely out at 1 o'clock this afternoon. But right now we're dealing with partly cloudy skies and the temperature of 68 degrees.
Are you a Hotel California guy?
Oh, yeah. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave.
What is the best? Is that the best song about California? Or is that even?
I don't think it was actually about California,
right?
Yeah, it was about it was just kind of about a place to like. I think it had a lot to do with like your own mental state.
Okay,
you know that you were on some things and you just couldn't get out of that. You know.
Last thing before we get into some audio, shout out to Tim Collins, who we all know loves television, movies, and music.
Sure.
And will write about it on his Facebook profile. The other day,
he has one.
Yeah, he absolutely does. He absolutely does.
I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't.
You guys
know
aren't
that.
friends? You guys aren't friends on Facebook?
No, we're not.
Wow.
You know what? And I have a thing on Facebook. This is my Facebook challenge. And if you're one of those people that try to follow me on Facebook, I apologize to you, but it's not going to happen.
Are you not on it?
Oh, I'm on Facebook, but and I use it for birthdays. I don't post anything on it, but like people I work with.
Yeah.
And to the point, it's actually. I don't want to get into your personal space. By the way, I'm not.
You just
interested.
don't care to get.
If
into
it pops up, great. You know, but I personally follow people that I was high school friends with.
Yeah,
to keep in touch with,
big.
And my college teammates in football. That's it.
Okay.
That is it. I'm not interested in seeing you and the wife and the kiddos going to Hot Springs, Arkansas, and hanging out at Disney World. I'm not interested in that. No. I like to try and keep up with all my teammates at LSU, and then the people that I went to high school with is another thing that I try and keep up with. And other than that, I am not your Facebook friend.
I know you said you're not a big Netflix guy, but are you a big Billy Joel guy? And I'll bring
Only
it back.
the Good Die Young. I sang it the other day. Yeah, I think I'm a big Billy Joel fan.
Okay.
Matter of fact, saw him in Gainesville, Florida one time there.
Okay.
And it was really a great show.
So here's my question then, and this is going to bring it back full circle to Tim Collins, who suggested the Billy Joel documentary on HBO Max.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you right now, I was 51 minutes into it yesterday, and the only reason I had to stop watching it was because it was 12:30, and I knew I was getting up at 6 a.m. this morning, and I only slept 4 hours the night before, so I was like, I can't do back-to-back 4-hour nights of sleep. So I had to turn it off. I was like, I got to get some sleep here. I'm telling you right now, if you are a Billy Joel fan, and I fancy myself one, it is absolutely must-watch television.
He went through a lot.
The dude was in a mental institution, for God's sakes.
Went through a lot. Sure did.
I mean, I tell you what, and then he talks about the impetus for Piano Man.
Yeah.
The song.
Yeah.
Unstinking believable. Put some respect on Billy Joel's name. Not that anybody does, not that people are just out here besmirching our boy Billy Joel. But anyway, all right, this is the Jake-Off Potpourri. We've got some audio from Mr. Jake Ray. Jake Ray, take it away.
So we're talking. Okay, so I got 25 clips here. I mean, talk about a surplus of audio right here. I mean, I got 27 clips now.
Russian roulette.
I was going to say, you can sprinkle in 4 or 5. I don't know that we have time for all 27.
Spin the wheel, let's go.
Yeah,
spin the wheel and see what happens.
Real quick? All right.
Yeah.
Let's start with the one. This is Shoddy. Fred teased this earlier. This is Shoddy talking about he explains compete everyday mantra.
Just, it's taking one day at a time, and when you wake up in the morning, you literally be like, look, I want to have the best day I can have. I want to win today. And so do everything in your day to be the best version of yourself. That's being the best husband, the best father, the best Christian, the best pianist, whatever it is, best football player. And that goes into every meeting, every workout, every practice. And it's not easy to do, but I think it's easy to focus on, and our guys have bought into it. And we don't win every day, but the least you can do is try. And today we had a very competitive practice, and the guys are buying in, excited about it. And it's just one of those things I think that if you're not competing, man, I don't know why we're out here. And,
Couple thoughts.
First of all, it's mantra.
It's mantra.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
That's all right. Number one.
Thought number two, I want to be me, Schottenheimer would be besties. Because you've heard me on this show, and me and Bryan echo Schottenheimer echoes similar qualities of wanting to be the best in every part of life, not just on the football field, not just at the radio station, but in my friendships, in my relationships, in my eating.
Are you the Schottenheimer of the radio station?
I don't want to say that. I got to get there. I mean, he's at a pretty high point.
Raise your hand if you've been on the Schottenheimer bandwagon since before it was cool to be on it.
I was not.
I'm just telling you guys right now.
I'll give you that shout.
I have been a shoddy guy since the announcement.
I was on the radio with CA, I want to say. Me and CA when the Schottenheimer news broke, and Blake was very critical. Blake was not a fan, and Bobby Belt told us. He said he's going to talk at the podium.
In the press conference.
He's going to be in the offseason. He's going to woo people over, and you're all going to love him. And maybe he's right. And right now, he's doing all the correct things. He's saying all the right things. He's got the energy.
This is who he is, though.
No, I agree. But what's really going to happen is wins and losses. Let's be honest. If they start 1-4,
that is exactly right.
They start 1-4. Nobody's going to care about how much energy he had on the sideline and all the
positivity. Table, having fun.
Yeah.
This guy, honestly, and I said it earlier, he cannot afford a losing season. If he's trying to build the way he's trying to build things, because right now he has these players, though, believing that they're having a good time, that it's fresh football and they feel good about things. The minute you start losing football games, you will see what kind of coach he really is.
What's the maximum amount of losses Schottenheimer can have in his first season where people are still on the bandwagon of, hey, we want to build something here? Like, obviously, he doesn't
9-8. He can't. If this thing is below 500, then there's going to be questions about, well, I just told you, here's a guy. Jerry and them don't go out and have no coaching search. Don't go out and try and get the best coaches. Let Dan Quinn walk out of the building. That's all. You turn around and do this thing as a 4-13. There are going to be a lot of people that are going to compare this guy to Dave Campo. Trust me on that.
But how much of that? And just real quick, because I'll tell you what, we're gonna push Tolo's on the telephone to 140. We were going to do it at 1240, but we've got some good Cowboy talk going on. Plus, we want to keep up with the audio here. But let me ask you this: how much of it would be dependent upon, too, though, on injuries? right?
Well, it always is.
And
but,
so that's always going to factor in.
Yeah, that's always going to factor. But if say his quarterback is healthy the entire year, and they go 5-12, and they go 5-12,
yeah,
then
you got a problem.
There's going to be not only a problem about the quarterback, but there's going to be a problem about the head coach. That's going to those two things we'll talk about in the offseason for sure.
All right, the potpourri continues.
All right, let's switch to something that I know how to pronounce. There was a lot of mess made about Jaden Blue and his work ethic. So this is a clip. It's about 30 seconds long of him basically debunking that whole shebang.
We talked to Joe Milton the other day about this. That report that came out with you. Why do you disagree with that?
Man, because I think I'm a hard worker. I mean, of course, me coming to the league, I know that nothing is one for either. So my mindset, coming, from college into the league was that I would try to outwork, anyone, next to me. So, all that is just noise to me, and I kind of look at it as a positive thing because, it pushes me and it brings, the best out of me. So, I mean, I don't really, see nothing, of it, but, it's just something to fuel me every day.
Something to fuel him every day. Now, Bryan, Glenn Smith.
I do.
When we hear I hear from guys in the building, and again, which look, I firmly believe he still has guys in the building. All right, I mean, I'm sure he does in some capacity. How much did you take of what he said?
I know Glenn Smith. I worked with Glenn Smith.
Okay.
He was on the coaching staff and then worked with us in scouting. I think Stretch, there's some sources that he absolutely has. I think he's taken this from the college perspective. I don't think the Cowboys, the coaches, front office people know this player well enough to say that. There is coaches that he's talking about that are in the college program that he knows. And I think that's how he got this information. I don't think this is I think that, and I think there's a little shell game going on here. Put the beat here,
and maybe conflating stories a little bit to kind of.
Glenn, I think, does a fine job. And I also think that Glenn also probably talked to college. Now, you could talk to coaches at Texas, and they will tell you that we don't feel like he's a 25 carry a game guy. 25 carries there. They'll talk about that maybe that he had some problems with staff members, not coaches, but maybe the weight staff, training staff. He had some issues that way. You'll talk to people that as a player, as a person, that maybe they think he's a little bit standoffish, arrogant, whatever you want to say. I mean, people say things about people all the time. But I don't think that Glenn Smith talked to somebody right now with the Dallas Cowboys, because I've talked to people about the player, and the first thing people always tell me is, I don't know the guy well enough right now. I don't know. Now, I don't know the guy well enough, but I heard, I get that a lot. So to me, I think this is more University of Texas stuff that Blue's dealing with, not Dallas Cowboys stuff.
That's the Super Bowl winning scout, Bryan Broaddus. I'm Fred Davis. That's our guy, Blake Elliott. All right, we're going to move the telephone to 140 as well, and that'll be the last segment we have with our boy Bryan Broaddus, taking us up until 2 o'clock, and that's when he'll bid us adieu as he gets ready for some Cowboys practice. Let's keep the potpourri going next, as well as more Cowboy news and notes and a little bit more audio. I want to get your thoughts on some of the stuff that Osa said, as well as we've talked a little bit about the cornerback position. All right. We've talked a little bit about some of the edge rushing position. We have not gotten into much about the offensive line. Let's discuss that and more next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson here for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be better protected against the Texas heat. Better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. You heard that right. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Take advantage of the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
If it was up to him, he'd paint the White House black.
I got a question for Bryan. Have you taken a bathroom break or a food break since we started our show, or have you been planted in that chair?
I got up and gave Calvin Watkins a bobblehead that he wanted from the Dodgers game. And I'm now, but I've been sitting here. I've got 3 bottles of water. I've gone through 2 of them.
Okay.
And so,
urinated in the other one.
No, I just not.
I'm kidding.
But, okay, so here we go. Ain't no future in your frontin'.
Please, Mark.
All right. Let me ask you this. Okay, we got MC Breed Radio. This is on Spotify, right? So let's see some of the other folks. I don't want to crank this thing up. Okay, there's Digital Underground's part of this.
You already know.
Okay, same song. We got. I'm going to say this wrong. Is it the Doc? Is it DOOC?
Oh, how dare you, being from the DFW? That is the DOC, who is a Dallas native.
Okay,
by the way,
it's funky enough.
It's funky enough.
And
That's
then
right.
and then Mr. Grimm.
Okay.
Indo Smoke. Indo Smoke, is that right?
Indo Smoke.
Indo Smoke.
Indo Smoke.
And then we got EPMD.
EPMD, correct.
That would be Gots to Chill. And then we got Domino's got Ghetto Jam.
Yes.
And then Digital Underground comes back with little Freaks of the Industry. Freaks of the
Say that again? Who's that?
That's Digital Underground.
Digital Underground, yes. By the way, real quick, little useless piece of information for you. Digital Underground, who Tupac debuted with.
Oh, did he?
Was a background dancer for them, and then had a little verse that he had on there before he started his career, rapping career. So just a little something there for you when you and your homeboys are out.
My personal,
around.
my personal favorite here is Drew Down.
Yes,
Drew Down, Pimp of the Year. Drew Down, and then let's not forget Big Daddy Kane.
Oh, yes,
Big Daddy Kane. Smooth Operator.
That's right. That's right. And I'll tell you one song too you might want to throw in your playlist, and your girl Michelle will appreciate this. I Get the Job Done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So just play that for and
who's it by? You need a
Big Daddy Kane.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Big Daddy Kane.
And he says, "For every husband won't, I'm a neighbor who will. I get the job done." So just
how
put
about
that
Rappin' Forte?
Oh. By the way, did an interview with him. He was on
Players Club.
The Players Club.
Players Club.
Absolutely phenomenal album from our boy. He follows me on Instagram. Me and your boy Henry Thomas did a interview with Rappin' Forte. Not sure if he was locked up or not, but with a minute left to go, the voice comes on and says, "You will be disconnected in a minute from this phone call." He said he dropped so many F-bombs during our interview that we dropped him 7 different times, and he just kept going. Incredible interview, Rappin' Forte. So a 90s Bay Area legend. So a lot of 90s California hip-hop. You can't go wrong with any of those songs you just mentioned.
Yeah, I'm looking here, too. Then the final one, I know it's Tupac's Thug Life. They're together. It's Pour Out a Little Liquor.
Pour out a little liquor. I know you've done that before in your days.
No, I've tried not to pour out any liquor.
Well, no, but you do that for the homies.
Oh, for the homies.
Yeah,
you go.
No,
there you go. I didn't know what you're doing there. But you're not. Hey, it's you're absolutely right about that.
Just a little bit.
No, you're right
for the
about
homies
that.
couldn't
You're
make
right.
it.
There you go.
Okay,
You're right.
And whatever the case may be. So there you have it.
One time for my LA ladies. One time for my LA. Yes. Okay.
We can just listen to Bryan read rap songs all day long.
That should be a segment moving forward. Just nothing but Bryan Broaddus reading rap lyrics here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of reading rap lyrics, Shoddy, look, we know Shoddy's no stranger to 90s hip hop, being that he's a 90s kid himself. And so I'll tell you what, let's put this whole thing full circle. We've talked about the D-line. We're gonna follow up with a question here for Mr. Broaddus after we hear from Shoddy when asked about is the key to this offensive line Tyler Guyton.
No, I think it's fair. I think Tyler understands that. And what Tyler's done is Tyler has absolutely been an animal, and his work ethic has been incredible. And Jake Ferguson's trying to walk in here and mess up my thing.
Hey, he's welcome. Come on in.
Always come hang out.
No. But, Tyler was one of the first guys back in the building, man. He is an incredible worker. He's so excited about this camp, the chance to go against some elite edge rushers and have to work. He had a couple sets yesterday, man. I think when you guys watch him, the way he's using his hands, he's using his length.
Yes.
Hey, guys, playing tackle in the National Football League, man, as a rookie. I'll share a quick story with you before I got to get out of here. So we drafted a Brickshaw Ferguson, 4th overall in Virginia, my first year with the Jets. And we literally, after the first year, we said, he might be a bust. This guy might be a bust. Might be a bust.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the next year, the guy starts to grow. And next thing you know, he's over there, he's punching, he's doing different things, and he's learning. And guy's in the Ring of Honor with the freaking Jets, man. It's like, as long as you keep going, and that's what Tyler and I got to stay on this, my preparation, my mentality, and things like that. But don't judge tackles in this league too early. It's a very humbling position, even for the great ones.
I love what he said there, Brian. Couple things real quick, and then I'll throw it over to you. Number one, this is a dude in Tyler Guyton who played right tackle in college, played only, 15 starts. Then you're throwing him into what might be the hardest position outside of quarterback in the National Football League at left tackle, all right? So there was that. Mike Solari, maybe a good, not great offensive line coach. I'll defer to you on that. But more importantly, getting a second year in, and I was listening to you and Vach talk about this on G-Bag the other day, where he talked about just he looks bigger, he looks physically more capable this year than he did a year ago.
Yeah, I disagree with Coach on this. I think the three inside players are the key for this offensive line.
Okay.
The way the Dallas Cowboys won, and I know it's shifting away from your question, and it's not that I'm trying to get away from evaluating. And I think that Tyler Guyton has clearly looked better this camp. There have been some clips, and be real careful, folks, when you watch a clip where Donovan Ezeraku is running by people, because Donovan Ezeraku is run by a lot of people at this camp so far. But it also, you don't see the other 3 or 4 plays where Tyler Guyton has bended his knees, his hand placement's good, his body control, his balance, everything is on point. We don't see those clips after that. So be careful as you're kind of watching these things and keep that in mind. But I will say this, though, the Dallas Cowboys will only be as good on their offensive line when it's the law firm of Tyler Smith with Guyton, Tyler Smith, BB, and then Booker. Their ability to run the football is going to come from those 3. And I say that because the way that they're running the football right now is it's a gap power scheme. And when I mean gap power scheme, it means you're going to probably play with a fullback. You're probably going to play with multiple tight ends. You're probably going to be able to try and get as many bodies as you can at the point of attack. But it's going to turn into how well does BB, Smith, and Booker get push on 1 and 3 techniques and then get off on second level. Because the way the Cowboys are running the ball, it hasn't been on the outside. It has been inside. It has been push hard on the tackle, get movement, get a lineman up on the second level, and then have those backs make a cut off that. That's how they've run the football. So that will be, to me, that's the focus for me this year. It's not about steal. Backside cutoff, great, athlete. Backside cutoff the other way, coming from Guyton, athlete. All these things about it. You got 2 athletic tackles, and you got 3 power players inside. Those 3 power players are going to be the difference or not whether you run this football this year.
With Connor Riley being brought in and some new voices on that offensive side, especially at the offensive line spot, do you expect a new philosophy? You're talking about the players and kind of what they can do, but having new voices in that offensive side of the ball, do you expect a new philosophy in how they run the ball, and especially with maybe some more pin and pulls, maybe less of some stuff?
Don't think about the pin and pull.
Okay.
See, that was something that we were all kind of connecting dots with Arizona. Connor Riley is your offensive line coach. I went down there and watched them work the other day, expecting, and I was selfishly saying, please give me Clayton Adams in year 1 as being the guy that's installing all this stuff. When I went down there and watched them coach, it was Connor Riley was coaching, Clayton Adams was standing in the back, and then when the players got done with what they had to do with their drill, that maybe that Clayton Adams went up and said, hey, okay, think about this. Kind of gave a little stab, whatever you want to do. But this is Connor Riley coaching right now. This is he's putting in the scheme. But they are working really, really hard at getting hip to hip and pushing guys. That's what they're going to try and do. And so, to me, is it different voice? Is it different ideas? Yeah, but it is don't make any questions about this. They are going to try and run it with a power scheme, much like what the 49ers do, not so much like what you see maybe in Arizona. We saw pin and pull and all that. Clayton Adams told us, and we got to interview Connor Riley as well, but Clayton Adams told us that if we don't have pin and pull guys, because we were throwing pin and pull, because you watch Arizona play, it's down block, pull, down block, pull. And, I've yet to see down block, pull on this thing. The ball on the outside has been like shotgun handoff that way to get to the outside or toss sweep. That's where the running game to the outside's been. Every successful play that they've had the first 3 practices that's been a running play has been a press the hole and cut is what we've seen so far. So anything we'll see if they adjust. But Clayton Adams told us if we don't have the players, and they drafted Booker. Booker is not a pin and pull guy. Booker is a hip-to-hip, push the heck out of the 1, push the heck out of the 3, and then get that thing up on the second level. That's what they got right there with those guys. So more San Francisco, not so much like the Washington Commanders, not like the Arizona Cardinals, not like the Baltimore Ravens, where they have a quarterback that runs. Those are college offenses. This is not a college offense. Even though you do see some elements of the RPO stuff, you're not going to see. I don't think you're going to see it a whole ton with Dak Prescott pulling and going forward.
All right, let's. I'll tell you what. If I'd have told you that we would have whipped through 3 hours the way we have so far, you would have said, "Of course you guys did, Fred," because you've got Broaddus, Fred, and Blake, and new guy Jake behind the glass. Well, that would make sense. All right, coming up next. We've talked a little bit about the secondary. We've talked more about the corners. We've not talked about the safeties yet with Bryan. We've not talked about the linebackers just yet, and we've only touched briefly on the running back. Let's do that in the next segment. We got a little bit more audio as well. I do want to get in some of this OSA audio with Bryan as well. We've got to make Bryan's top 5 debut. Hopefully Jake has something good for us as far as the top 5 topic is concerned, so we'll come back with that in the next hour. So much to get to. 1 more hour of Broaddus, 2 more hours of us. Lots to get to. It's Fan After Dark.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified...
Okay, in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's
Exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the program happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this absolutely gorgeous, maybe it's not Oxnard gorgeous here in the DFW, but it's still pretty damn nice outside. 89 degrees, partly cloudy as we look just to the south of us here at 75 and Fitzhugh. I'm Fred Davis. We got our boy Blake Elliott, and of course the one, the only, the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus in Oxnard. All right, Bryan, you need to look. We threw this out a couple weeks ago when we had our 4-show back to back during All-Star break.
Sure.
And so we took, since we were like a week away from training camp.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing
what are you giggling about over there? Your MC Breed takes?
Yeah, I'm laughing at something. Voch Lombardi came by. He was standing right by. He was talking to me about he was talking to me about what was going on today and who I was on with and all that. And then all of a sudden, the Cowboy cheerleaders, like he was with a live stream with his guys on his phone, and like the Cowboy cheerleaders came walking right past our broadcasting position. And my man Voch goes, "Hi, Voch Lombardi. Hi, Voch Lombardi."
I can't be mad at it.
I'm on a podcast with this guy right here.
They were all over. The cheers like, "Oh, hi, Voch." They're going on the field, but they came between right by our broadcast position here, and Voch was kind of standing there with his group, kind of like showing people what was going on, and the cheerleaders come rolling, and then you hear him go, "Oh, hi, I'm Voch Lombardi. Hi, Voch Lombardi."
This is why we need Fan After Dark out there at Oxnard. Voch is living my dream.
No, that's right.
Oh, it was classic. It was great to see, and I was just sitting there ready to go back on air, and my man Voch just kind of looked at me and smiled, and he walked away. So here we go.
Well, if Voch wants to grab a mic, tell him hop in, man. We're all for the vibe.
I think he went. I think he's got, like I say, he's a YouTuber, and he's got his group on his phone, and so he's walking them around. Showing them like the
Live
behind the scenes stuff, yeah. So, yeah, he's been on a couple of times. He was on with us, and then he was on with KNC yesterday. Yeah. But yeah, he's good to have on. If you ever want to have, you guys had him on at
We've
night.
had him on a couple
yeah,
times.
he's good.
Good
He's
energy.
good.
And if you can get to the bottom of why Colleen Wolfe decided to go with these eyelashes that make her look like her eyes got stung by bees, you can find that out kind of on the low. All right, couple quick things that we need to ask about. Number one, we said that we put the over under at 35.5 on the number of training camps you've been to in your life.
I thought it was 30.
No,
you're talking NFL ones?
Yes.
It's just my NFL ones?
I said 35.5 because remember we said he's 60 years old, 61, which would put him at 25 when he would have started going. And then, of course, Blake came up with like 16 different reasons on why you wouldn't have made it to a certain training camp, like the birth of a child, the death of a friend, which I said, okay, I can see him missing a day for a training camp, but Bryan Broaddus isn't missing, multiple days over the birth of a child.
I took the under, Brian.
We both took the under.
What was the over-under again?
We set it at 35.5.
If you took the under, you were right. If you took the under, you're right.
How many have you been to?
33.
33.
What a number, though. Vegas.
Yeah,
close.
33.
Look at the Vegas.
I started in the NFL on my 27th birthday, December 12th of 1991.
Okay.
Was my first day in the NFL.
And so this is training camp number 33 for you.
33, whether it's as a scout or as a media member. Yeah.
So you
33.
okay? So let me get. Oh, wait. So if my math is correct, you haven't missed one in 30. So you've been at 33 consecutive.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Wow. Now
Okay.
that's
Great
impressive.
follow up. Has there ever been a time that you had something going on external where you had to debate?
No. Never. My son Bennett was born 3 days after the 2004 NFL draft, and I remember telling Parcells, he's like, "Hey, you're going to have that kid before the draft, right?"
You're going to hurry that up,
and
right?
I go, if I do, yes. If not, I won't be here. And that was the only time that I would have missed a draft.
Yeah.
But overall, for training camps, it got close with the pandemic stuff that we were doing, going and we didn't get that. But, I mean, when the training camps were – they were kind of abbreviated, but going to Oxnard stuff, I went to the very first time ever we've been out here. That's how long I've been a part of this. Because like I said, we were in Wichita Falls.
Yeah.
And the weather was literally
Beastly,
it was 100.
right?
It was 105. It was like if you looked at the news, it was Death Valley, California, with the hottest, and then Wichita Falls at that period. And it was crazy. And that's when Jerry Jones he goes, "This is madness. This is absolute madness. We're doing this." And he sent John Hickman, who at the time, was doing all the marketing stuff. And John came out here and found this place. And,
nice.
Here we are.
All right. Quick 1-2 punch. Best part about training camp, most overrated part about training camp.
The best part about training camp is actually getting to watch the practices. Those are really, really, really cool. The most overrated thing about training camp is that they're too long, that the practices are too long. That's not overrated. They can't go long enough for me. You know what I'm saying? I love watching the practice, and people say, "Oh, they're too long. It's over. It's way too long." And I'm like, no, not for me. It's not for me at all. I love coming out to California. I could honestly, I've been to Ventura and this area so much over my life that I would live here. I would live in Ventura. Just the weather, the food, everything about it is really, really, really nice.
Well, that sounds like a blast. I wish we were out there in Oxnard to hang out with you guys.
One day.
That. Okay, so I'm going to tease for the program and let you know. So if you want to start working in the background and in this next break, our top 5 is coming up after this segment. The top 5 we will be doing, Brian, and for all the listeners. Top 5 things you wish you were good at, but you are not. Now, that list can go wherever you want.
Okay.
It can be football related. It can be life related. Whatever you want. Top 5 things Brian Broaddus wish he was better at, but he is not. We'll be giving our list as well. But before we do that, Fred and Jake have some beautiful audio to deliver to us.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, and looking forward to our boy, who, by the way, knocked it out on fair foul. Okay, knocked it out on fair foul.
We had one question,
Well, we were going to do top 5 alcoholics, but our prude friend over here, we don't want to glorify drinking, boo, 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 boo. So I'm just a little behind the curtain over here with my boy Blake, Mr.
So top 5 things I wish I was better at, and I'm not? What's that? Is that what we're asking?
That's Correct. It. Yeah, like top 5 things you like. My number 5, I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there, is going to be drinking. Right? Like, I wish I was not an alcoholic. I could drink, like have odd drink or two with the boys, but I can't. Right, so I wish I was better at it because I can't do it. So, like I wish I was a better cook. I'm not good at it. All right, I mean I eat to live, but I don't eat to enjoy the food unless somebody else is cooking it. You know what I'm saying? So
top things I wish I was better at.
That's it.
Okay,
that's
I got you.
That's it. All right. This is OSA, and you've heard probably some of these, but we're curious. Like I said, new crowd on a Saturday afternoon.
Sure.
We've talked a little bit about the D line a little bit. We've talked about the edge rushers for sure, but let's call it what it is. OSA is, got the big deal over the offseason and is going to be a pivotal piece of this defensive line moving forward. This is him talking about the defensive line and how important it is in a Matt Eberflus system.
The attack front is the engine of the defense. I would say. When you can even I don't even want to say it, but I'll just say this: when you look at some of the best championship caliber teams, things start up front. You know what I mean?
Yes. We're very big believers.
When plays are made up front, it makes everything way easier. Whether that be on the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side of the ball, when things don't make it past the trenches on defense. It makes everyone's job easier. If you can put a lot of pressure on the quarterback with your D-line, obviously it's easier for the DBs to cover. Quarterback makes bad decisions. Turnovers happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you got guys that are pushing people around up front on offense, running back's going to find a hole way easier. QB has time to make his reads and throwing bombs over Baghdad. So to have a defense that requires the front to eat is exciting, especially having the skill set of the guys like myself and Micah, and then with everyone that we've added, bringing it out of Mozzie as well and seeing the growth that he's doing and like I said, just matching the skill set and demanding this out of everyone is going to be awesome.
All right, a couple things there. what you know about a Matt Eberflus system. And look, we can go ad nauseum about his head coaching stuff, yada yada yada. I could care less. The one thing we know about Matt Eberflus, the dude can coach up some defense, and the other part about it is the guy's great at creating turnovers on this defensive system. But a little bit about this defensive line. You mentioned a little bit earlier in the show about being a faster, and you don't need to have a bunch of hog volleys.
I don't think he's going to coach. I don't think he's going to have a one technique like we think he needs a one technique.
What can you expect, or what can folks that are new to a Matt Eberflus system? What do you think, or what do you expect this defensive line to look like?
Matt's going to try and get you with 4. He's going to try and find a way to not have to bring the extra guy. But the other day he had to bring extra guys, and he was able to get guys home. He's going to be sound on the back end when it comes to not giving up big plays. I know the people will say, damn, Broaddus, what happened to him in that Commanders game in the last play of the game when they gave up the big play and lost the game? That was an unfortunate thing as part of their defense. But I think Matt is really, he's a really good linebacker coach, too. And I want to say this because I mentioned Damone Clark a little earlier. I thought Damone Clark was at the crossroads of his career, and I thought he was taking the path of, well, I'm not going to be here anymore, guy. He looks like a different player out there. So obviously this guy can coach. He can kind of get the best out of his players that way. But scheme-wise, he is going to he talks about trying to create turnovers. They've done a great job through 3 practices. It seems like every practice they have an interception. I know they're saying, once again, Broaddus, well, here's the offense. Why are they throwing interceptions? Well, it's Dak, it's Milton. I mean, they're picking the ball off. Their guys are running to the football. They're knocking the ball out of guys' hands. They're picking them up off the ground. This is stuff that they work on. I mean, it's just not by accident that, like, all of a sudden the last 3 days they've created turnovers. They work on it during practice, and you could see it, them trying to, or you could see it in the individual period, and then they go to team period, they really, really try. So it's going to be an attention to detail type of an operation that way. So, I mean, he's had some success. It's really surprising because when I first met Matt, he came with the Rob Ryan administration, so he was like an odd front 3-4 guy, and now he's turned into a Rod Marinelli 4-3, get up the field, play the pass, on the way to, or play the run on the way to the pass. Hopefully, like I said, they made an adjustment the other day when they were getting run on a little bit, and they were able to play more of a slant front where all of a sudden you line up in a 3, maybe you're in the B gap, and then you end up going A gap. Maybe they slant the front to the strong side or slant it away and fill everything that way. So he's going to try and do things not to give up big plays, but also don't let you gash him in the running game too.
Considering that we won't see our first padded practice till tomorrow, and of course we're on from 9 to 1, so we'll try to sneak in a segment with you tomorrow if you're not sick of us.
Absolutely,
today.
no problem.
Let me. So what? And I know you've answered this before, but I always like to be reminded of it, but. I mean, linebackers, that's a physical, and Shai talked about a little bit about this already, but I mean, look, running backs, when there's no pads, I mean, okay, great, what, hold a hit and yada yada, but I mean, from in the trenches and from a linebacking standpoint, like, we need to see the pads on. What are you looking for from a coaching and scouting perspective when, it's just, it's shells and helmets?
Well, yeah, with the pads on, though, there's been some times where the offensive line has done a really good job of the 3 inside guys coming off and securing down linemen and then getting the linebackers. And so with pads, let's see how fast that Jack Sanborn can play. Let's see how fast that Maris Leofau can play. Let's see how fast Damone Clark can play. Let's see how fast that Murray can read. I mean, some of the things when they were in
Mozzie looks like.
Yeah, I mean, and that's that the whole thing with the defensive line. I mean, they're the line is getting into each other. It's 3 hard steps and try and disengage. And the for the most part, I think the offensive line has done a really nice job with that. But you're right about the pads. It's just a matter of kind of protecting each other. You don't want a bunch of guys flopping around on the ground and stuff like that. But the really good thing about these Cowboys tackles, defensive tackles, and linebackers inside, the best part of this offense, in my opinion, you could talk about Pickens and you could talk about CeeDee Lamb and those. But I think it's the 3 inside guys, and I say that. And I know Booker's only a rookie, but I am ultra focused on those guys, because if those 3 inside guys can control what I think they can control, this team will have the ability to be able to run the football the way they need to run it.
All right,
I really believe that. I think that this offensive line will be able to go with BB and Smith and Booker. That's where this thing is going to be key. Don't focus on Guyton and stuff. If it turns into passing game and all that stuff, they could find a way to help Guyton. They could find a way. They could chip. They could space.
Yeah.
They could double team. There's things that they could do to help him. But if they're going to run the ball, it is going to be about the power that they play with those three inside guys.
All right, real quick, because we're up against it. But just speaking of number 58, Mozzie, we know he's lost some weight.
Yeah.
Some folks have said, why are you, a guy in his third system, whatever. I could care less. What's he look like from what you've been able to glean thus far?
Well, it's been difficult because, you have to say that they've run Dallas in 2 of the 3 practices, they've had the ability to run the football. Is that completely on Mozzie Smith? No. That's really on the front 7. That is that's Mozzie, that's Osa, that's Murray, that's Sanborn. These guys have got to find a way. And in the second practice, they were able to do that. They were able to clog and play square and all that. That's really what's going to be key for Mozzie. As he's fighting blocks, whether he's playing the 1 or the 3, he's got to play like he did against the Eagles and the Commanders and the Giants, where he was able to get off blocks. And that's going to be the real key for him. He's not going to be a 320-pound guy or 329-pound guy like we thought was at Michigan. They're going to ask him to play up the field, and they're going to ask him to play some of the 3 and play some of the 1. So don't expect Mozzie to be the guy that's going to be anchoring down in there. He's going to play on the move like the rest of these guys. They're going to take gaps. They're going to try and fill when they stunt one way. They're going to try and fill the gaps the other way to the backside, and hopefully they got bodies in those gaps. That's how they're going to play run defense this year, guys, I believe.
I love to hear it. Let's hope it's we just want to hope it's effective is really all we care
absolutely.
about. So, they can do hocus pocus for all we care. Just stop the running back.
Top five. I'm excited. Bryan Broaddus, top 5 things he wish he was better at. You're going to get Blake and Fred's as well. You can text in yours, 877-881-1053. You listen to The Fan on the weekends.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on.
used to be a, what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And make your Texas lakefront dream a reality.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Now, I'll be honest. Hey-o. I'm nowhere near a top 5 intro. I've got like 3 or 4 just random clips that I've put together, and I might work on it tomorrow. We'll see, but I'll have it by the time football season starts.
Okay.
I still got to tweak the fair or foul intro. Hopefully you guys like. We got some positive feedback on it. So again, we just got to work on the Hicksy fair or foul call. But I think otherwise we are good to go on that. Fred Davis, Blake Elliott, Bryan Broaddus in Oxnard, California. T-minus 36 minutes, and then he's going to go watch the Cowboys practice. And of course, they have their first padded practice of the training camp that starts tomorrow. So we got plenty to get to. We've had Broaddus with a fair or foul. Okay, and that's really all we've done as far as our show goes.
We're about to do top 5 right here, so it'll be the first top 5 with Broaddus. And also, now this one is up to you guys. This one is up to you guys. If you want to call into the show and talk to and do Toes on the Telephone.
Toes on the Telephone.
Well, you've talked to me and Fred. If you want a chance to talk with Bryan Broaddus, a busy man.
Here's what you got to
busy
preface. They don't get to talk to him.
They do.
Okay?
Because, well,
not really. Okay, because I don't need people calling in, asking them questions. Like, we don't have a lot of time. It's our last segment. Okay? So
got to be quick with it.
If you want to throw like a quick
we got
shout
stretching. We can go about an extra. If you want to do the call-in thing, I'll do that because I hate stretching. And we'll have some of that. Right now, they're like giving Jerry a crystal ball or something like that, you know?
Nice. Okay.
So I can hear them, you know.
Okay.
And then we're about to get thunderstruck. The cheerleaders about to do that. So if we want to do one more segment on that, I don't have to watch stretching. But
okay.
After that, I will. But I'll hang in for the.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll go ahead and do this.
So we'll do. Okay, we're going to do top 5 now. We'll do Toes on the Telephone at 1:40 and call it a show. Okay, perfect.
There you go.
All right, excellent. Okay, so top 5 and courtesy of Mr. Blake Elliott. Top 5 things you wish you were better at.
Correct.
Okay. Top 5 things, and this could get as salacious as you want to get it. Okay.
Sure.
There may be guys out there that went home with their tail between their legs last night. Okay. Their lady told them, "Hey, look,
you got to take Blue Chew.
Get better.
Yeah.
Get better." Okay. And there might be a few of those.
Get your little
Not
man
on my
big again.
list. Not on Fred's list. Okay. Let's make that clear. Number 5, get out on time. Okay. Segment wise.
That should be number 1.
Get out on time.
That should be
I feel like every segment we've done today has been like, we're up against it.
Yeah,
we're up against it.
That should be number 1.
That could be the title of the show. We're up against it because look, the one thing, Tim Collins, who will usually text me 2 things, like, just something nice or just random, like, hey, can you fill in on said show? Great. Or, how like one time he texted me, and this was kind of like more of one of those passive aggressive type texts where he's like, "How long are these issues going to continue?"
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so and at that point, I think it was like 1:58. Right. And so there you go. So getting out on time is my number 5.
Blake's got some work-related ones that'll come up higher on the list.
I love it.
At number 5, just a social one, eating seafood. I wish I was better at it. Blake is good at like eating like cooked seafood.
Yeah.
When it comes to
What do you mean you're better at eating it?
Well, I'm just saying I'm more versed and I'm more open to it when it comes to like tilapia, when it comes to salmon.
Straw? I mean, what are we talking about?
When it comes to salmon, but like when it comes to oysters, shrimp, raw seafood, Blake isn't a fan of it. And I hate it because when I go to nice restaurants or go out with my friends, they want to eat the oysters.
Yeah.
They want to eat the bluefin tuna tartare. And Blake, that's just not his bag. I wish my palate was more open to the raw seafood because I know there's a lot of great food in this world that I probably haven't got a chance to experience.
Interesting. All right, Blake or Broaddus, you're number 5.
Yeah, number 5 is I got to be better at understanding technology.
Okay. I like it.
I am the world's worst when it comes to, hey, all you have to do is get on this app and then do this. And it's to get to the app and then to follow along. Like when me working now with my company with Crown Global Media and doing YouTube stuff and things like that, I am like the old, like they used to do on Saturday Night Live. They had I'm just a caveman. I'm the caveman lawyer.
Caveman lawyer?
Caveman lawyer. I'm just a caveman, you know.
Your fancy AI.
Yeah, I don't understand your fancy. I'm just a caveman. But really, I've got number 5. I have got to understand technology better.
Where were you at on Middle-Aged Man when it comes to Saturday Night Live skits? Or do you remember Middle-Aged Man?
See, I don't. I go back. Like I remember, like the original cast of Saturday Night Live. I could go all the way back to that, and then and so.
Do you remember Toonces?
Yeah, Toonces. The cat was. Toonces was always driving off the cliff. I love that. That was hilarious.
All right, just making sure. I've said that to my co-host, and they have no idea what I'm talking about.
This is exactly why Fred's number 5 is number 5 because of side tangents like that. Okay, new guy Jake, you're number 5.
My number 5 is spending money. I feel like I'm way too tight. Like I can't. Pause. I can't I can't loosen the belt and spend money on nice things.
Whoa! Want to get better at he said too much.
Money wise.
All right, you're number 4.
My number 4 also coincides with money. I wish I was better at poker.
Fair.
He's tight but wants to be better at. He wants to be less tight and better at poker. Okay.
Yeah. Fair. Broaddus, your number 4.
I wish my number 4. I wish I was better at giving the benefit of the doubt.
Wow, big brain on this guy. This guy went to his mindset. I love it.
Yeah, I just did not give people the benefit of the doubt as much as I should.
I like that. I like that.
Deep from Bryan Broaddus.
You're number 4.
My number 4, golf. I feel like it's one of those things where I'm decent at. Like I know what's going on, but as far as being good at it, Blake is not. And I feel like the older you get, it's a very social sport to meet and make connections and network. So I want to get better at golf.
I like that. My number 4, better at being patient. All right.
Yeah,
I wish I was better at being patient, especially when it comes to my son.
I got to hear your top 3 because 5 and 4 could have easily been 1 and 2 for you.
Well, that's enough out of you. No, especially with my son, and I could probably throw, just being better with being a better dad to my son because I'm ready to choke. Oh my God, I'm ready to choke.
Dump that.
I'm ready to choke the kid. Okay, I really truly am. If I have to hear one more thing about his girlfriend, I swear to God, I may jump out of the 11th floor building. So I need to be more patient with my son. Number 3, singing. I wish I was better at singing. I like to sing.
Can we hear a little rendition?
But I can't. That's the whole point.
Let's hear a little.
There's just something about strong vocal cords. I mean, look, I'm a Teddy Pendergast guy. I'm a big Billy Joel guy. There's just something about when you have, and look, there's not a lot of white dudes that can do R&B. All right? And I feel like if I was a singer, okay, I mean, we got John B. is really the last good white R&B singer we've had. All right? What's the one white dude's name that's halfway decent?
Jelly Roll. Your favorite?
Yeah, no, not Jelly Roll. Robin Thicke. Robin Thicke, right? Who's, good, solid. Okay, I mean, he's no John B., but we just haven't had enough white R&B singers. I would argue the white R&B singer is harder to find than the white rapper.
I think I say the white cornerback.
Well, that's it. That's a good one. But they're all in that
Is
kind
there
of
a guy, Rick
endangered-
Astley, that was do you remember him, Fred? Rick Astley.
Never
was
gonna
sing-
let you up. Never gonna
big,
let you
tiny
down.
guy with a big old voice.
That's it. Well,
Big
or
voice.
our boy, your boy, Michael McDonald.
Yeah, Michael McDonald. Yeah.
Now, my question, Fred, is why? I kind of like.
Yeah.
Did you sing growing up? Did you want to be in a band, or you just want to sing in general?
I mean, look,
Sing in the shower.
Broaddus can probably appreciate this. Is I feel like and look, your mom's a very musical person, correct? I mean, growing up, music was everywhere, right? Live music, MTV still played music videos. All right, BET had the basement.
What would you do with these talents? Just go to your local karaoke and
I
show
feel
up
like
everybody?
I would be able to sing. I feel like I would not be here in this room right now. I feel like I could be. Now, look, I probably would have died from a drug overdose, but nonetheless.
So,
I might have been
where
alive.
would
I
you
might have
rate
been
your
around.
singing out of 10?
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, I'm a 4, maybe a 5. Not
4
even.
or 5 is not terrible.
Okay, 3 then. Okay, I mean, in my mind, I'm a 4 or 5. In reality, I'm probably a 2 or 3. But if I could sing better,
Can you sing better than the average guy here, like at the fan?
I doubt it. Like I said, I'm more
Chief
of a
can
spoken word
sing.
guy.
Chief sang the
There you go.
national anthem. Chief sang
Really?
the national anthem as a bet payoff at Shakerton's.
Was it good?
And everybody stood up. They all stood up. He was that good singing it as a
Okay.
bet payoff. Yeah.
People are saying you're sleeping on Lucas Graham. Also, I do have to go off this text. Kevin Gray texted us mid top 5.
Yeah, the annual Lucas Skinny tweet. I
Lucas
get
Skinny,
it.
what?
Yeah, they're saying him hitting the 3-point shot or whatever.
No. Kevin texted me, like, personally about something. About you. He said this. He said, calling Wolf disrespect will not be tolerated at Fred.
Oh,
calling Wolf.
Yeah,
You
no
were-
disrespect to Colleen Wolf.
And the eyelashes?
Yeah. So Kevin said none of that. And then he said, tell KU Fred to quit with the Pat McAfee look while he's at it. With a laughing emoji.
I've been rocking this. This is again. MC Breed. We've already done it once.
My number 3 thing that I wish I was better at, that I would say I'm decent at, like a 4, not a 10 though, not Broaddus level, cooking. If I could be a better cook, this is my number 3.
Okay.
If I could be a better cook at the house and really chef it up and feel very confident in every dish that I put out in my culinary experience, that'd be great. But I'm very still timid. I give it about a 4.
Okay. You're number 3, Broaddus.
Yeah, I wish I was better at not being an impulse buyer.
Okay.
You can get me every single time. If you put something somewhat interesting by the checkout counter, like, okay, oh, wait, this is a special grill cleaner. Oh, look, it's a different kind of sieve to use to, like, cook your pasta. I am an impulse buying fiend. I can't help myself.
Infomercials love when Bryan
Exactly,
Broaddus is
like it's a Time Life series, music of the 80s. I've got every single disc made.
Okay,
for
were
that.
you a
Yeah.
big QVC guy then?
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah. I'm an impulse buyer, and I can't help myself. I'm
Bryan,
sorry.
have you ever bought something off a TV when they're just showing
See, look, this is how
3 in the
old
morning.
you are. That's what QVC is.
Oh.
3 in the morning.
That's what
Why
QVC
do they
is.
call it that? What does it stand for?
What did QVC stand for?
That's a good question.
Something channel. All right, number 3.
Yeah, my number 3.
So I just asked the same thing you asked, but in a different way.
That's exactly it. That shows the difference in our age groups right there. He had no idea what QVC meant. That's what makes our show
quality,
so great.
value, convenience.
Quality, value, convenience. I love it.
My number 3 is cooking and eating. Trying to go to the gym consistently and put on some weight and muscle. So
I love it. Save some gains for the rest of us, Jake.
Hey, man, save some gains for the rest of us. Try to look like you, man.
Sorry, we have an inside joke. Those are our go-to lines when we see people at the gym.
We do, yeah.
You can't go wrong with those.
Yeah.
Try to get big like you, smile, and then just keep walking. Because the whole point is you don't want to stop.
Yeah.
Okay? So if you can just point, because I'm a big pointer, trying to get big like you, and then just keep walking.
You're the big guy over here, man.
Yeah.
Number 2 for you.
My number 2 is golf. I think I'd probably be a little better at it if I didn't get plastered every time I went to the golf course. But
That's nothing wrong with that.
yeah, I mean, it's not as much fun, you know? It's really
As
not.
long as it's fun.
Seriously.
I agree. Broaddus, you're number 2.
Repeating myself.
What, or you want to get better at repeating yourself or not repeating yourself?
Not. It is.
Because you could do it all day if you want.
No. I am terrible at this. And my son goes, "You're repeating yourself again." He goes, "I listened to you on the radio. You're repeating yourself again, Bryan or Dad." And I'm like, "You're right, son." But yeah, I need to be better not repeating myself like I just did 3 times.
You're right, son. Yeah. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Y'all are hilarious.
No, you're right. I'm terrible at it. I admit it. That's why you guys asked me. It should be damn number one, but I've got a number one that's worse.
It's okay. I think all of our top twos get a little personal, and we're kind of roasting ourselves. My number two is deadlines. Putting in my timesheets, calling off from work for my other job. I just got yelled at for not putting my time off in my other job. It's just one of those things where if I had a bunch of money and I could hire like an accountant that like puts in my hours. Hopefully, if I have an accont, I don't have to put in hours.
I was going to say
you get the riff I'm going for.
You could probably get on Fiverr and hire somebody.
That's my number
India
two.
for like $5 a day could probably do that for you. My number two, I got a 2A, 2B. I'd like to be better at reading before bed. Okay, because it's so easy just to, I'm just going to watch 10, 20 minutes of a show and then I'll fall asleep to that, which I do. But how much better would my brain work if I spent 10 to 20 minutes actually reading a book? Okay, like absorbing information versus just brain rotting a television show. And then my 2B is investing. Okay, they kind of go hand in hand. And then my number one, kind of boring here. You guys have already mentioned it. I wish I could be more like Broaddus in this sense, but cooking. I eat to live. All right, and what do I mean by that? My whole thing is I will eat tacos almost once a week because you know why? Because it takes about 10 minutes to cook the meat, throw it in the taco shell, boom, done. That's it. Like if it takes
you can doll them up even more than that, though.
Well, cheese and taco sauce. That's really how I doll them up.
You can do some more.
And there are, right? And Broaddus, you're exactly right. Like there's so many things you could do. Like I buy the same 5 or 6 things every week.
Make them from scratch.
Last thing, and I'll go ahead and 1A, 1B it. Better at grocery shopping?
Gosh, 1A, 1B all day.
We've got 4 from
Talk about me repeating myself.
That's right. Who knew Broaddus and Fred were going to take us there? Did you know? I can't tell you the last time. In fact, I'll take it this far. At the Louisville Walmart that I shop 2-3 times a week at, I've never used a cart.
Oh God, you're carrying everything in your hands?
No, they got the little baskets.
Oh, okay.
I'm a cart guy,
but I've never used a cart, or I just know that these 2 hands.
My number one.
Don't catch them.
I don't need any feedback from any of you guys for my number one.
What is it?
Waking up.
You did today, though. Yeah. You did today.
Before the alarm.
And I'm proud of you for it.
You two take us home. Brian, you're number one.
Yeah, real quick. I'm with Fred. Better patience. I have no patience for people.
Nice.
I really, really don't. And I need to get better for that.
I love it. All right, take us home, Jack.
My number one, and I wrote this one in the second you guys said this is our top 5 topic, understanding women. Specifically my girlfriend.
Good luck with that.
Age-old.
Me and Fred are... Me and Fred are like batting against Nolan Ryan.
Boy, that's right.
0
Seriously.
for 4 or 5, I think.
At the very least. 2 kids by 2 women. Come on now. I gave up on it. All right. Final segment with Bryan Broaddus. Tolo's on the telephone. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That's also the Franklin attorney text line. That's also the hotline number.
This is your time.
It's your time to chime in. Give us your Cowboys take, Rangers, whatever else you're feeling. But you got 45 seconds. And if you take longer than that, we're letting you go. Don't go anywhere.
With the Bosch 18-volt Glide Miter Saw, you'll feel like the smoothest cat on this side of Smoothsville. Meow. And when you can make cuts this smooth, the more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
Firehouse Firefighter and Family-Owned Moving Company is a proud sponsor of Sean and RJ's 2025 Firehouse Tours live broadcasts. Firehouse Movers offers a full range of solutions from Dallas-Fort Worth and long-distance residential and business moves to packing services, storage and rearranging heavy furniture, appliances, pool tables and pianos. They're experienced, trusted, and reliable. Check out their favorable 5-star customer reviews and testimonials and contact them at firehousemovers.com.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louis was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optimal Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optimal Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Okay, Mark, let's clear this up. I get in an accident out there on the roads, and I'm thinking I need thousands and thousands of dollars. How does this whole process work with you guys over at Franco & Franco?
That's a common misconception, is that you've got to come to us and write a big retainer check. We understand that people can't come and write us a big check. We work on a contingency basis. That means we absolutely do not get paid unless we win your case.
FRENKEL. Call Franco first. 214 or 817-333-3333.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit, up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. LendSeek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because LendSeek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. LendSeek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com. LendSeek. You seek, we lend.
DFW Restaurant Week is here, and reservations are open. Don't miss your chance to experience culinary perfection at Culpeper Cattle Company. This is your moment to savor the best. Book your table now at DFWRestaurantWeek.com. That's DFWRestaurantWeek.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, I'm Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, and I just want to say thank you. Over half of our business now comes from referrals. That means happy customers are telling friends and family about us, and that means the world. If you want real value, no haggling, and full transparency, we're your people. No gimmicks, just honest work at a fair price. Call 469-WINDOWS. That's 469-WINDOWS, or visit us at BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com. Thank you, North Texas. We're just getting started.
Buy Windows and Siding. I just saw 2 houses for sale, same neighborhood, almost identical. One had an Orchard sign and sold for way more. Why? Orchard's local agents know how to attract serious buyers, and they handle everything for you. And with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you can move into your new home before your old home even hits the market. Don't settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to sell your home. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Thomas going back. He's at the wall, and it is gone. Corey Seager with a 3-run home run, and the Rangers now lead 6-1.
The home of Seager bombs. Your Ranger station is 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
I haven't really checked. I've been quite negligent when it comes to checking the text line today, but nonetheless, Mr. Blake Elliott, anything good that's popped up on the last segment or two?
Some of the text. People, for one, are just loving the show.
Yeah.
Someone said this segment was great and hilarious, too. 972, women can't be understood.
No.
And then someone else asked, would like to know who the Rangers should trade or sign for. So
that's a great question.
Yeah.
Stick around in the 2 o'clock hour, and maybe you'll hear it, maybe you won't. All right, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. This is a fluid segment, so if the phone lines blow up, great. If they don't, well, hey, it is what it is. Let's jump out to the phone line. By the way, Brian, in case you're brand new, just listening to this segment, Bryan Broaddus is with us out in Oxnard, California. He's going to be with us now, and then depending upon if this thing blows up or not, he's either going to leave at 2 o'clock and or not. So we'll have to wait and see. All right, let's go.
It's up to you guys.
It's up to you. It's up to you. Right now, it's Kevin. The fate of Bryan Broaddus is it hinges on this one phone call. Kevin in Fort Worth, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Got a question for Brian. Their scouting report.
Yeah.
The recent on the second quarterback taken in the draft, like Jaden Daniels and C.J. Stroud, have a breakout year immediately. How does Cam Ward fit with the Giants? And then when will the Joneses realize to move on from Dak if he's the fourth best quarterback in the division?
Yeah, that's a great question, because to me, I think that if all of a sudden you get in a situation where, you know, Dak plays an entire season and then this team is, like I mentioned, it was 5-12 or something like that, and then you see that they're, you know, it's not working with him and Schottenheimer and stuff like that, and maybe, you know, I'll say, well, let's run it back for another year. But I think that you're in that evaluation mode. Now, the way that we've seen teams, and listen, it's a lot of money to eat, but we've seen teams be willing to eat large amounts of cap space to move on from a quarterback. There was a time when I was working for the Cowboys in the early 2000s. I would have done anything to have an opportunity to get a Jared Goff, to get a Matthew Stafford, to get an Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we just never were able to get a quarterback. Nobody ever gave up their quarterbacks. But nowadays, you're in that mode where teams are more willing. We saw what Sean Payton did with Russell Wilson in order to go get Bo Nix. You know, you give up, and then you eat massive amounts of cap, and then you say you go get your quarterback. But yeah, I don't think that you should be. I don't think this should be one of these times where you say, well, all 4 years of Dak, and here we go. I mean, it's this year, maybe another year, but if it doesn't work, you've got to now quickly pivot and go and try and plan for the future. And really, the sooner you start the journey, probably the better off you are.
I just want to say on the note, did I hear him right say Cam Ward was on the Giants?
He said,
I went around that. He meant the Titans. He meant the Titans. Yeah, he meant the Titans. I knew what he was saying, and so that's me trying to be patient with somebody. I didn't just jump in and say he's with the Titans. I didn't do that. But hey, appreciate the call though. I'm excited about Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward. I agree. Now we'll see if the Titans and there's a coaching staff, new general manager, and all that. You know, second, they've got to show some improvement at Tennessee. But man, because that's one of those things. It's got a new stadium coming along and all that, and hopefully that Cam Ward can help them win some more games.
We're looking at the Cowboys training camp on NFL Network right now. Talking about the Cowboys missing the playoffs, for the first time since 2020. We got Colleen Wolfe, Isaiah Stanback, and I thought Brian was doing a double. We saw Brian Baldinger talking about the Dallas Cowboys training camp. We see Micah out there still hanging out with the fans.
Yeah, pictures with the kids.
Taking pictures with the kids, doing the warm-up stuff. What involvement do you think we'll see from Micah Parsons today?
No, none. You won't. There'll be no involvement. He's working over on the side with the strength coach. Matter of fact, he just walked right by us here. I mean, literally, he just walked as we were talking about him. He walked right by.
Give him a headset.
Broadcast. It was funny that you say that, but yeah, he's in between. He had a stocking hat on, helmet in hand. and he literally just walked right by us here as we were talking about it. It's like on cue. Be nice though if he would have popped on and had an opportunity here, but it's I don't think he's going to work with the strength coaches. He's going to work with conditioning. If you follow like John Machota, go back and look at John Machota's timeline. I think from yesterday or 2 days ago, he showed Micah working with the strength coaches. I just don't think that he's going to do anything until they absolutely get something done here.
Are we a full go on everybody being at training camp? Because I remember we had Deron Bland that was having some
a year ago.
Yeah, there was the last couple of days we've had where the players have had kids.
Yeah.
So Murray was having a kid, and then also Bland was having a child. So I'll get back out there here in a little bit and determine if everybody's all hands are on deck. But yeah, we were dealing with some players being out. The only player that seems to be out would be Terrence Steele, and that's dealing with a high ankle, but they're calling it mild.
Okay.
So I checked back. I'm like, ooh, high ankle. Usually not
I was
mild.
gonna say, that's not.
But this is from somebody that would know exactly what's going on there about that. And he said it's mild. Micah just walked back. He's walking back. Now he's going the other way.
Okay.
Is he going back to the locker room? I don't know. He might have cut through the middle of the field. Where we're broadcast position is, Jerry Jones has a tunnel that goes underneath the stands. And so he could cut down that tunnel. And Micah might have taken a hard left to make sure he could get out there that way.
Well, let's make a hard right to the phone lines here. Benny in Oak Cliff. What's up, Benny in Oak Cliff?
Hey, Mr. Broaddus, old head Fred Blake. How y'all doing?
What's up?
Good, thank you, man. Appreciate that.
So I have a question. How realistic is it that the Cowboys can actually get Wilkins from the Raiders this year? Or do you think that's just a pipe dream for us?
Yeah, it's pipe dream. You're talking about a 3 technique potentially. If they're going to go into the market for something, I think they'd probably look at a 1. But he's now, by the designation of putting out there as a vested veteran, of course, he is free to go sign with anybody. He's got to get healthy first. I lost all my contacts with the Raiders. They all got fired. So I don't have any sources at the Raiders anymore. But so I'd like to know the extent of the foot injury and is this a problem? But yeah, you're probably going to have teams willing to look at him and say, oh, well, hey, we'll work you out, or how bad's the foot? And, it might be a situation where he's not as bad as people think he is, and the Raiders were just looking at this as an excuse. I just don't see the Cowboys. But I'm going to be out there, and I'm sure that somebody's going to ask Jerry Jones or Stephen Jones that question, or Will McClay if they run into him, and then we'll get an answer for that the next time. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow to do some stuff. Maybe we'll have an answer then.
Absolutely. All right, real quick, last one, Rafa in Dallas. What's up, Rafa?
Hey, how you guys doing? Quick question for Bryan. Is Josh Butler back from his injury, and then do you see him making the team? And is there anyone that will surprise you the same way that Josh Butler did? That was elevated from the practice squad and made the team. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think Rafa. I think he called in on what you thinking, what you drinking the other day.
That's a real
call.
Tolo right there.
Yeah, had a really good call the other day. I'll tell you the guy you kind of need to keep, and like I say, Josh is overworking with Britt Brown on the cables and stuff. I saw him over there with the other secondary guys. It's funny, Britt Brown's coaching the secondary over there with the guys he's working with on the courts.
Right.
Keep an eye on this one. Keep an eye on Keeman Hall. Keeman Hall.
Yeah.
It's not that Keeman Hall is not going to make the team. But Keeman Hall is a guy that's playing as the first nickel right now. So he's the starting nickel corner. He's taken over for Jordan Lewis in that spot. So keep an eye on Keeman Hall. Behind him is Izzy McCwamu, but Hall is getting the first opportunity here to be a part of that.
Bryan, I'll tell you what, this is our first time doing an actual show with you.
Yeah,
It'd be a lot
thank you,
cooler
guys.
if you were in person, but look, you're getting you being in Oxnard. This has been seamless as we all knew it would be. Parting shot for the Tolos and Fatties out there as you get ready to go watch another Cowboys practice.
Yeah, well, thank you guys so much for putting up with me today. 4 hours, boy, it went really, really, really quick today.
That's what we do, Bryan.
So, no, I appreciate that. Had a lot of fun with everybody. Thanks, everybody, for listening. We're going to be out here all week. Like I said, I got one more week. Sean, RJ in the morning, and then our show in the afternoon. We're going to have guests. We're going to have 2 live mics. A lot going on with these practices as the Cowboys get closer to getting ready for the Rams coming in the following Tuesday, and then some actual preseason football.
Nobody better to cover your Dallas Cowboys than the Super Bowl winning scout himself, Mr. Bryan Broaddus. Bryan, we know you got work to do. Appreciate you, my man. We'll do this again tomorrow.
Sounds good.
We'll touch base in the morning, get a time squared away, but enjoy practice, my friend.
Thank you much. I look forward to it. You guys take care.
There you have it. The Super Bowl winning scout, Bryan Broaddus. All right, let's final hour of the program, okay? Final hour of the program. If you guys want to chime in, I'll tell you what, we'll keep that first segment open, okay? If you guys are feeling nicey, you want to throw in a few things, we'll go ahead and keep it back open for y'all in that first segment. We've got a Jaking Off to get to as well. So much to get to in the final hour of the program. It is the Fan After Dark.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on..."
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I don't know your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
on HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the program. Let's celebrate Blake's new stepmom. It is Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon.
There's so many people that are confused by that. They're like,
They
what
have no idea what we're talking about. If you're a real Tullo and Fatty, you do.
I mean,
if you're a real Tullo
I bet
and
you
Fatty,
3 people got
you
that
do.
reference.
Hell, that might be a stretch.
That might be a stretch.
That might be a stretch. If you listen to Crosstalk on Thursday, you know what we're talking about right now. I am Fred Davis. That's somebody's new stepson.
How about the Yankees not being good anymore? How about them dominating every game?
Slumping right now. Remember when torpedo bats were a thing? We were on air.
I mean,
oh my God, they're hitting home runs like crazy.
Aaron Judge is still like leading everything, but the Yankees
He's hurt though, isn't he?
Yeah, the Yankees as a team are just not good right now.
No.
Ben Rice is playing catcher right now.
Bryce Harper hit a frickin' moonshot earlier in the game. I just happened to see it, too. It was one of them things. I thought it was a replay, but it was like, no, he did this in real time.
And then what's up with the UFC on the bottom screen? It feels a little early.
Well,
I feel like UFC is later in the day.
It's because it's in Abu Dhabi. Huh? It's late night over there.
There's a lot of stuff going on in Abu Dhabi.
Dude, that's the spot to be in.
Quick shout to the 9 people listening who care. You know how I talk
Abu Dhabians?
You know how I talk about Call of Duty all the time, and Blake loves it. The Call of Duty World Championship, or champs as they call it, happened like a month and a half ago. And that's usually the end of the season. Hey, this is their NBA championship, their Super Bowl, whatever.
Their finals.
Last couple of years, they've been adding the
Abu Dhabi
Esports World Championships, which is for Call of Duty is after, but it's just kind of a culmination of not just Call of Duty, all the other esports at one venue being played, and it's in Abu Dhabi.
Okay,
$3 million prize pot for the winner, and that's going on right now. So I'm similar right now to the UFC, where I wake up and they're midway through the matches because it starts at like 4 a.m. Texas time and ends every day at like 2 p.m. instead of like regular time. So I am also keen to the weird Abu Dhabi time zones, and for anyone that's watching the Esports World Championships, Esports World Cup, if you will, EWC.
Is that still going on?
It's still going on. We're on day 3 right now, so they're into bracket play. You know what that means.
I mean, I know what bracket play is, but
pool play was first 2 days, getting the seeding, getting the teams that aren't good eliminated. I will give you this one last tidbit, what's
the team that's from Dallas?
Optic.
People
know Optic. There's Scotty Scheffler when he won, I think, talked about watching Optic.
Yeah.
He's a Texas guy.
I mean, I know because you've talked about it. The green team, right?
Yes. Look at you. Look at you. Optic Scumpy's probably, he has more followers than all of us here at the station.
He's a goat.
Yeah, he's a goat. When it comes to in this
Jake can start talking now.
in this Esports World Cup, they have when they have their pool play, they have the 12 teams that are like the official teams, the licensed teams, whatever. They also have challenger teams, which is like the G League teams, if you will, that are able to compete in this tournament.
The league that's been relegated.
Yes, these are the throwaways. These are either the young guys. It's the G League.
These are the Fred Davises of the world.
Just literally through the G League. These are either young guys or guys that weren't good enough to make it into the league. Whatever.
Yeah.
They're allowed to play.
But they're still pretty good, though, right?
They're still pretty good.
Yeah.
They're allowed to play in this tournament, and then if you win enough games in pool play, you make it to bracket play.
Like
and you're
Cinderella.
You're expecting them to all get smoked, lose.
Yeah.
2 teams. One team that didn't even qualify for the challengers like pool play to make it into this, only made it because one Call of Duty team that was in the league didn't do stuff right, and they got eliminated. Whatever.
Okay.
So they get to make it just because of some weird rules. They weren't even supposed to be there. That's my point being. This is like the Ole Miss missing the college football playoffs, right?
Okay.
Good team, but didn't make it. Imagine Ole Miss somehow makes it in, and they play the Carolina Panthers, and they beat them in a series. That's pretty much what happened yesterday. A team that wasn't even the best in the G League somehow makes it because of a weird rule, goes into the tournament, shouldn't be there, and beats 2 official Call of Duty CDL teams, pretty much beating the Raiders and the Panthers. So it was craziness yesterday. And then also a team that was supposed to
still alive?
They're still alive. They made it into bracket play. And then a team that was supposed to make it that made it.
So it's kind of like a play-in team.
There you go.
All right. And
beating
now,
a 1 seed.
And they're on a Final Four run right now.
Yes. And then another team beat FaZe, which is one of the best teams. I'm sure some people listening know who FaZe are. Pretty much would be if the Boston Celtics were to lose to the, what's a really bad team? To the Wizards. Then the Wizards make the play-in. They play the Celtics in the first round, and they beat them. That's pretty much happened. So it's craziness right now in EWC out in Abu Dhabi for all of my gaming fans right now. Because it's not just Call of Duty. They got Dota, League of Legends, Valorant, Overwatch, all those fun games going on right now.
Is this something I can gamble on?
You can 100%. They have prize picks 100%. People gamble all the time. You can bet on map 1 picks, map 2 picks, kills, map 3 picks, and you can bet on the whole series. How many kills, 60 kills, over, under. Millions of dollars made every day from betting on Call of Duty. And just esports in general. So there's your esports update that you didn't ask for.
That is.
Love it.
Someone said Scumpy is the Michael Jordan of COD. There you go. Somebody knows ball. That's the best way to put it.
Except he's white.
Yeah, except he's white and he's a redhead.
I mean, we kind of picked up on it when his name was Scumpy. So
Optic Scumper, the original Scumper Jumper.
How long has he been playing? He's been playing like.
I mean, he's
at least
retired
a decade,
now. Oh, he's
right?
retired now. Now he's just a content creator on the team. But no, he played for a full decade. He put Call of Duty on the scene for probably anybody who watches Call of Duty.
Retired from the game at
I think he
27?
was pro before,
Yeah.
like when I was like 3 years old when he started. He's been doing it a long time.
Man, you were 3. I was watching this guy back when
I mean, let's not get it twisted. You would have been 6.
Yeah, I was locked in. I was locked in. No, but
By the way, I wish, and shame on me for not sneaking a few photos of Child Blake. My God. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah, you should tell him you didn't even tell him what we did the other day. So Fred was nice enough.
I mean, we haven't had a chance. I mean,
It's been
lock, stock, and smoking barrels.
Perfect time to talk about it since we're not talking about the Cowboys right now.
Let's take we can take a respite here.
Fred was a very, 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 very kind friend. Let me add that before I say anything else, because me Madre needed us to move some heavy items, and I said, "Hey, Fred, do you mind helping?" We went after the show on Friday, and now remember, guys, what time did we get off the show? 11 o'clock. So we didn't make it to Louisville till about midnight.
Is that your dad, by the way? Wait till that guy pops back on again. Tell me that dude doesn't look like. Just
talking
like
about Aaron Rodgers?
No, the guy on the bottom of the screen.
We didn't make
Not
it
him.
to not him. We didn't make it to Louisville until about midnight. We get to Louisville at midnight, then we have to go to Arlington where we're getting said items. We're getting items out of the house,
which was just going to be a washer and a dryer.
Thought it was just a washer and dryer, maybe a couple items here or there.
I mean, minimal stuff.
It ended up being going through the whole house, grabbing items, grabbing mattresses.
Shout out to Mama Kim.
Up and down the house. I want that mirror.
Yeah.
Mirror being grabbed. TV stands being grabbed. A lot of obtuse items.
Just little knick-knack.
And then the worst part, we wanted the washer and dryer. The main reason we came. And Fred, what happened from there?
Well, the reality was this. Shame on us for not bringing any tools. We thought there might be tools at said house, but somebody not in our party had already absconded said tools. So that being said, and whoever installed this washer and dryer apparently, gorilla torque the you-know-what out of it, didn't use a torque wrench, because I've never seen water hoses. I mean, I don't know if they thought that maybe, there was going to be like
Olympian Zeus was going to be the one to take it out.
Bro, I mean, I mean, maybe it was a fire hose they thought was, the water pressure. I mean, usually it's hand tight, or at the very least, like after a little bit of nudging. Plus, it was a gas dryer, so it was hooked into the gas line. Okay, couldn't get any of it.
We couldn't. Me and Fred, you should have heard Fred grunting. God.
Not to mention, I may have broken my left middle finger.
It's like 1:30 in the morning. We're just
it was absurd. It was absurd. And so I'm pretty sure that I broke I don't know what's wrong with my left middle finger. I hit it on a ceiling fan like 3 weeks ago. I probably should go to the doctor and get it looked at, because it won't heal.
You might have a concussion too.
I don't know if they do heal. I've broken both my pinkies, and I mean, I put a splint on it, but that's kind of it.
That's it. That's all you can do. Okay?
It's like breaking a toe. Like,
that's
you can't do anything.
You can do, and the fact that I continue to lift weights, the fact that I continue to use it is not helping things. Okay, it's not helping things. So needless to say, we didn't have tools. Fred tried to do the best he could with what God gave him, which wasn't enough. Was not enough. Okay, I could not for the life of me get this dadgum. None of the hoses. Okay, none of the hoses were coming off. All right. As a result, couldn't do it.
We couldn't do it. So
And it's the middle of the night. It's Home Depot's not open at 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
Walmart used to be open, not anymore.
Not anymore.
So here we are, 2 in the morning, 2:30, whatever. We've got a 10-foot U-Haul. We've got a dolly we can't use. Then there was this great chair that weighed 150 pounds at least. Would have been nice in Fred's apartment, but I mean, I told Blake, I said, I have no room, and B, I can't carry it, so whatever. And long story short, then the best part was, we moved this bed, and apparently Mom and Kim thought we could just throw bed on top of beds. We go walk in, we're like, what are we doing with this? And I said, Kimberly, there's another bed in your room.
So you can't just put it on top?
No,
we need to remove this entire box spring and bed.
Your mom had like 6 box springs. I mean, it's like a trip hazard getting in there, for God's sakes. It was quite the event. But look, we lived to tell the tale. Everything was done, and it was
Tempur-Pedics in the room now.
Tempur-Pedics taken care of. Moving. It was one of those situations where
I was getting delirious towards the end of the night. When we were putting the bed up, I was kind of not in the right mind space.
Look, I'm going to tell you right now, I got home, and I'm usually one that I'll stay up for a little bit because I can't go right to bed. No. I had a call I had to get on yesterday at 10 a.m. I went straight to bed at 5:27, and I was up at 9:27 to get up for this phone call. So, needless to say, again, it was one of those situations where, moving is always its own kind of funky deal. And again, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, let's call it what it was. So anyway, we live to tell the tale, and here we are on a Saturday afternoon, talking football, baseball, and all things in between.
And your is to be Saturday midday in your terminology. It's not afternoon yet, right?
No, it's absolutely midday. Well, I mean, it is afternoon.
Well, how can it be both?
Well, you realize,
Jake, if I say I'm going to call you in the afternoon, give me a time zone, you're expecting that call. Time frame.
See, I'm thinking right after lunch, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
Exact times. Don't give me lunch. Give me an exact. 47.
Yeah, that's afternoon.
That's not real. If I say I'm going to call you in the afternoon, I'm giving 4 p.m. If I say I'm going to call you around midday, I'm thinking 12 to 2:30.
Yeah, that's still afternoon.
No, that's midday. Because the reason we got into this debate
because
he said the afternoon show. And so I said, are you talking about KNC or G-Bag?
He could not wrap his brain around the afternoon show, especially for a guy that's been in radio now for, almost 3 years?
2.
Afternoon's G-Bag, right?
Yeah.
And KNC's midday?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of other people telling me time frames.
You got to remember, the radio day starts at 6 a.m. My day starts at 10 a.m. So it's kind of hard to conceptualize that.
Yeah. Midday for me is midday of when I wake up.
Well,
not
that's
midday.
Fine, but for the rest of the world, it's, I don't like to be too literal, but I am. When I think of afternoon, you know what the word afternoon means? Afternoon. So after 12 o'clock, it's technically the afternoon. That's the guy I thought was your dad.
Okay, I'm going to quiz Jake. What does AM and PM stand for?
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't even know what that means.
After meridian and post meridian.
I knew post meridian. I didn't know after meridian.
That's right. When are you going to meet the new stepmom?
I don't know. I got it. Speaking of, I got a text from my dad right now.
Is he listening?
I don't think he said, we are extremely happy. We honored God and had a pure, clean dating relationship.
Interesting little last qualifier there that he threw in there.
They got married today. Him and Alicia.
Fair or foul, knowing somebody for, what do we think? Ask him right now.
I don't want to ask him the day of his wedding.
No.
I'll ask him in person. I'll just ask him in person.
Who cares? This guy literally told you the whole laundry list of relationship issues and then finalized it with, oh, by the way, I just had the greatest bowling game of my life.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody.
I'll wait till tomorrow.
So we'll
get an update tomorrow.
We're thinking a month, though, right?
We're thinking a month.
Fair or foul, this is just in general, fair or foul, knowing somebody a month and then marrying them.
I think you already know my thoughts on that. We'll go to Jake.
Wait, he only knew her for a month?
Yes.
There's a lot
of
backstory.
And that could be, and that might be longer than they actually knew. I mean, we might be giving them in Bryan Broaddus terms, the benefit of the doubt.
A month and 4 days would be the maximum.
Give or take. Yeah.
Like met or started dating?
From the time they met to now.
A month and
1
4
month.
June
Yes.
20th, he was telling me he had broken up with his girlfriend.
Yes.
Oh, that was right before my birthday. How did they meet?
Church.
I mean, that's nothing crazy. I mean, you probably heard
think
about each
meeting
other.
somebody at church and then marrying them a month later is not crazy?
I mean, how old's your dad, Blake?
He's Fred's age.
Sounds like he can't be wasting any time. I mean,
Yeah,
you gotta get down to it,
I mean,
man.
you guys act like I'm near death. I mean, seriously, what do you mean you don't have time? You got plenty of time.
You don't have time.
No, I got plenty of time, okay? I just talked to my 96-year-old grandpa before the show started, okay? My man answered the phone. What are you doing? Boom. All right? So don't sleep on these Davis genetics. That said, a month is crazy.
I do
That's
agree. A
nuts.
month is crazy.
That's nuts.
I was asked.
I don't care where you meet.
I was
That's
asked at
wild.
work yesterday at my other restaurant, my other job, the restaurant.
You working at these days, huh?
30 over under. Blake has a kid. I'm taking a push.
Oh, you're saying at 30. Okay, so
I'm taking a push. I could see
don't
a
you have
kid
to do a half, though? I mean, isn't that typically how that works? Like
30 and a half.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take. That's a number I like. I think at 30 is when I would.
I
That's a
mean,
good
we know
sweet
how
spot.
you. We know it won't be a stepchild.
Will not be a stepchild for all my
We know.
fatties.
Were you here? Did you hear the
I was
segment?
here for that.
Oh, that's right. You
I
were.
was,
That's
I was
right.
sitting
you were
behind
getting ready
Kevin
for-
reading the text line when that was happening.
Man, I'll tell you what. How to incite a riot with the listeners. Tell them you don't like stepdads.
That was the craziest I've ever seen the text line. That was insane.
He's not just a stepdad. He's the dad that stepped up. All right. Me and my siblings love our stepdad.
People are blowing up the phone line.
About what?
About my dad.
About knowing somebody for a month and then getting married?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Look, at the end of the day, we hope that Daddy Blake is happy. Daddy Dave.
We got definitely foul, fair, 6 months here waiting to get married. How old is she and what's her ethnicity? I don't think that part
I was
matters.
going to say that's irrelevant. Now, the age, I'll give him credit. Now, I want, because I'm guessing she's around the same age as your dad.
Yeah. Fair, what's the bank account looking like? Somebody said anti-meridian, so not after. I'll take that. That's probably right.
That makes sense.
The older you get, the less time you get to decide
'cause
on a
anti was
marriage,
before.
but it's still foul. Huge foul. Blake will opt to be a stepdaddy. LOL, Jake.
Okay. It's always that stuff that makes people get people
Okay,
excited.
so we've got coming up next. I think Jake's got some audio of some.
No, it's a Jaking Off Saturday.
What do you? That's what I was about to
What?
tease to.
No, they're just going to give us what?
Okay, let me finish my tease, and then if I mess it up, you can interrupt me. We got a Jaking Off Saturday that's going to be coming up. We've also got some fun audio that Jake's got pulled from us, and a Rangers update for you guys before we get out of here at 3 o'clock. You listen to The Fan on the Weekends.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Flooding devastated Kerr County this July 4th. The Salvation Army is on the ground providing food, care, and support. But they need your help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer today. That's salarmyeds.org.
Make dinner worth more during DFW Restaurant Week. Stella Artois, the official beer of DFW Restaurant Week, invites you to drive authentic connection and conversation around the dinner table at DFW's finest restaurants. See who's serving Stella at dfwrestaurantweek.com.
Are you or someone you love struggling with opioid addiction, including oxycodone, hydrocodone, fentanyl, or heroin? There's help right here in your community. Symetria Recovery has outpatient options to treat opioid addiction without disrupting your life, using medication therapies that are recognized as the best treatments for opioid addiction. Symetria can stop your withdrawal symptoms immediately so you can focus on your recovery without physical discomfort. Symetria's doctors, pharmacy, and therapists are all located under one roof, so parents and working professionals can overcome opioid addiction while maintaining their normal schedule. Harvard University
We've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Razor waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And of course, the audio sounds better on my phone than it does. But if you could make out what he was saying, basically the fans are yelling, "Pay Micah, pay Micah!"
Very loud.
Yeah, no, they were, they were hyped.
Pay Micah!
Real quick before we start jaking things off here on a Saturday afternoon, how much do you think? And if you missed the first few hours of the show, you missed Fan After Dark with little Bryan Broaddus sprinkled in. It was 4 hours of radio gold, if I do say so myself. How much do you think they're like legit worried that? And again, Broaddus brought this up, that they are worried, nervous, reluctant about paying him $40 million based off of how they feel he might be off the field versus on it.
So I think we should worry less about the actual number being 40 and just top of the market, because it was
going to be 40.
But I'm saying it was a different number last year, and they obviously didn't want to pay that either.
Right.
They didn't want to pay $35 million.
Yeah.
They don't want to pay 45.
And they didn't have to.
They didn't have to, but you could have got ahead of stuff.
But real quick though, how much he's got Dave Mulligetta.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So maybe he was betting, hey, we don't want to do the $35 million.
And this is a thing. And again, I'm not trying to say the Cowboys are right about everything,
There's two sides of it.
You got to have two sides. So if Dave Mulligeta's telling his boy Micah, look,
we don't want to
not
sign
doing
for 35 because you're going to get 42 next summer.
And we know how the Joneses play this thing out.
And usually the top end players not hold out, but don't want to do contracts 2-3 years ahead of time. They want to wait to get the most amount of money.
Wanye Thomas, if you offered him a deal right now, he'd take it.
Okay. Jalen Tolbert,
he's taking it. He'll sign
$6 million
for 10 years. Where do I sign? But yeah, your Micah Parsons of the world, your CeeDee Lambs of the world, like they're the best at what they do.
Yeah, so they know the longer I wait, the more you have to pay. I do think they are a little worried about it because what Bryan said is something that's been echoed in the Cowboys. I don't want to say front office, but just the Cowboys
echo chamber
of the leadership, the football stuff. I think people aren't really that worried about. He's a great football player. Only him and Reggie White, are one of two players that have 12 sacks in the first 4 years. Like we know what he is on the football field. But when you're paying a guy like that, you're looking at off the football field. What kind of leader, what kind of intangibles, what kind of stuff does he bring to your team? And I think he's done a very good job of not getting in trouble with the law, not getting in trouble with baby mamas and all that stuff.
Which is fine.
All that stuff. But as far as the podcasting, people had some problems with showing up, talking to the media, being Dak pretty much. You want a Dak-like player.
That's what you love about Dak.
Throughout your organization. I personally have no problem paying Micah this money because I think he's a fantastic football player. And we can look around the entire NFL, all the guys that are top paid. Is the first thing that comes to mind when I say Myles Garrett, leader of the team?
I mean, he's the leader of that defense, yeah.
But is he like, oh my gosh, I mean, this guy can do no wrong. This guy's putting in all the extra work. He's doing X, Y, and Z. TJ Watt.
I mean, how many videos? I mean, I've seen more videos of Myles Garrett slam dunking balls and working out like a fiend. I mean, that's kind of a bad comparison. I mean, if Myles Garrett was a Cowboy, if Micah had the same off the field intensity, and I'm not saying he doesn't, but you don't worry about Myles. Look, if he was Myles Garrett,
get in a car accident.
if Micah Parsons had that Myles Garrett energy off the field, a deal would have been done by now. I guarantee.
What about Danielle Hunter, who makes $39 million?
I mean, I've never heard anything negative about Danielle Hunter off the field. You know what he brings. I mean, he's not podcasting. He's not speaking out of term. Not to say that Micah does, but I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. And when Broaddus says that he knows that there's people talking to Jerry, or has heard that there's people talking to Jerry saying, don't pay him $40 million. You don't know what you're going to get with this guy. I think there's something to be said for that. Like Danielle Hunter went to Houston last year, and I mean, look, the guy was a beast in Minnesota, goes to Houston last year. You had a just insane tandem of Will Anderson on one end and Danielle Hunter on the other.
Is it crazy from that 2021 draft class, which was a phenomenal draft class, Mike is going to be the last one to get paid? Do you think that's fair? You've gotten Trevor Lawrence, who's gotten paid, number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
And when I say get paid, guys that should get paid, we're not talking about Zach Wilson.
Here's the thing. Mike is going to get paid.
Jamar Chase got paid already. Jalen Waddle got paid already. Penei Sewell got paid already. J.C. Horn got paid already. Pat Surtain got paid already. Devontae Smith got paid already. Rashawn Slater, I believe, already got paid as well.
Is it the lineman for the Chargers?
Najee Harris is already on his second, third contract. When you look at
isn't he missing an eyeball?
He is missing an eyeball. You look at arguably the best player in this draft, Micah Parsons, yet to have gotten that big contract. When I just look around at the comparison of his guys in his class, best of their position, gotten compensated. The fact that Micah Parsons is going to be the last player that's a all-pro type player in that draft class to get paid does not sit right with me. And the fact that we're even debating, does he deserve this money?
I don't think anybody's questioning whether everybody agrees that he deserves it. It's just who's going to pay him that money.
What
is what it comes down to.
Well, then you're saying that the Cowboys saying he doesn't deserve it.
I think the Cowboys do have some. I mean, when you hear that, they clearly have some trepidation.
Yeah.
Right? And the thing you got to remember,
I don't think it's fair. That's my sense. I don't think they should have trepidation. I'll put my stance out there.
Look, I don't disagree with where you're coming from. It's one of those deals too, though, where when you're paying a dude $40 million a year, All right, because again, you don't worry about T.J. Watt's leadership. You don't worry about Myles Garrett's leadership. Micah's, you do a little bit, right? And right, wrong, or indifferent, when you start making $40 million, guess what? That spotlight gets that much brighter. And no one's saying that he's not a great football player. I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form. Watching him last year, that defense is different when Micah Parsons is out there. All right. Now, the reality is, too, though, is that guess what? You pay that fool $40 million? Okay. I'm going to need you to be good against the run, too. I agree. I can't have lapses. I can't have you, I'm going to need you to scale back a little bit from the podcasting, okay? Because, that expectation, that accountability amps up a little bit. It's one thing when you're on a rookie deal and you're exceeding the contract, okay? Once you're the highest paid defensive player in NFL history, now it's one thing if you go ahead and exceed that contract and, hey, guess what? The Cowboys are laughing all the way to the bank. You're laughing all the way to the bank and everybody's happy, and ideally you're playing lights-out football. Okay? And when you're mentioned in the same breath as a Reggie White, rest in peace to maybe the greatest defensive player that I've ever seen in my lifetime, all right? Micah Parsons, there's still holes in his game. Again, they're not big holes, they're small holes, but that said, all right, I better not have to worry about 11 on or off the field, and I think that's what you're getting with, because like we said when we had Broaddus on, you don't worry about Dak off the field. I don't worry about CeeDee Lamb off the field. He said it. What did he say the other day? I don't talk about myself, but I'm the most dominant wide receiver in the NFL. And guess what? He backs it up week in, week out.
He does.
And that's the one thing about Micah.
So do you think if you pay Micah, his intensity is going to drop? He's not going to be the same player? Because we've seen what he is on the football field for 4 seasons.
I don't think his intensity is going to drop, but it's like now you have a little more. There's something behind the scenes that worries them, is what I'm saying.
Obviously.
That's again, I don't think it's the on-the-field stuff. But again, remember, it's the off-the-field stuff, the preparation, the attention to detail that you worry about that, again.
Maybe this hold-in is good because I think it might have been Broaddus that said it. Might have been someone else. But, when you're doing these hold-ins, sometimes – I think it might have even been Schottenheimer. I think it was Schottenheimer. I don't want to say it's beneficial to do a hold-in. That's not the point I'm making. But there are pros to doing the hold-in because now what you have to do is you kind of have to be another coach. He's kind of having to explain the plays, explain the drills, and be that elder statesman. Because it's very easy. He was saying Schottenheimer.
Yeah, but is he doing it because he wants to get paid? Because
of course.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, but again, then it becomes disingenuous.
Okay.
All right. Then it becomes because look,
I'm not in Micah's heart. I don't know why or why not he's holding in, and if he's really wants to be out there because he wants to be out there with his boys, or if it's like, hey, I'm playing for the cameras and for Jerry to say,
and because he has been that guy, and that's what I'm saying. And again, that's what you're up against, because again, he's not a guy that's gone to voluntary workouts. He is a guy that has missed OTAs, right? And so, okay, great, he's here now. Well, yeah, you're here now because you want to get paid, And again, I'm not a leader because I had to wait my turn. Great ones don't wait their turn. You're either, and I agree with Bryan wholeheartedly on this, you're either a leader or you're not.
But we did hear some he said, she said about the moment pretty much Micah showed up that he kind of dominated that locker room, not necessarily from a voice perspective, but from an on-field, and then that kind of carried into the locker room and trickled of why am I listening to Marcus Lawrence when Micah's our best player? Maybe Micah has a couple boys that he's chatting with, and now it starts growing, and that's kind of where their beef started happening, where D-Law still thought he was the voice and the best player on the defense, and Micah, rookie year, is kind of
the minute Micah Parsons stepped on the football field, he's been the best player. He's the best player on the roster. Period.
Correct.
All right. I mean, he
CeeDee Lamb a close
1A,
second,
1B. I mean, it's it's kind of an interesting dynamic. I mean, tomato type deal. But I mean, look, you can't go wrong with either one. Mm-hmm. All right.
But no, I would say Mike is the best player on your roster.
I mean, just pure natural, freakish. Yeah, I would tend to. Now, I guess if we're going to throw in the whole, defensive side, or excuse me, the run defense side of things, I would, is that a little bit more glaring than what CD's deficiency is? Maybe. Okay.
But he's almost so dominant at pass rush, you would almost.
That yeah, right. But at the same time, too, when defenses say, or when offense says, okay, we're going to run at you.
Micah's
CD got put up yards with Cooper Rush throwing in the ball.
Micah's worst enemy is playing against the Ravens.
Yeah.
I want no part of that. If we somehow made it to the Super Bowl and we were playing the Ravens, I wouldn't bet us winning that in 1,000 years.
Well, and then in your biggest playoff loss, didn't play great
because
But at the same time, too, I'm not going to look, here's the thing, too, though. I'm not going to beat him up for that, especially early on in his career, because let's call it what it is. You guys know I'm a Chiefs fan. Chris Jones was not great his first few years playoff-wise, okay? Chris Jones just got his first playoff sack 2 years ago, all right? Travis Kelce was not great in the playoffs. In fact, people forget, and I'll argue with Chiefs fans about this, had some huge drops early on in his playoff career, all right? So I'm not going to beat up the guy early on for having a few playoff struggles. But again, when you get that $40 million, when you're the highest paid guy at your position, because look, we saw it last year with with Dak, and we're going to see it again this year with Dak. All right, that spotlight is a lot brighter.
All right, we're going to get to Jake.
We got one segment left. We just totally hijacked his segment.
We'll get it right here. It's fine.
That's it.
We'll get it right here. Someone said sacrilegious uttering Micah's name in the same breath as Reggie. Got it. Listening is key. It's a stat that him and Reggie White are the only players to have 12 sacks in their first 4 seasons. So
listening is fundamental.
If you think stats, just reading them verbatim, are sacrilegious, then that's up to you. But we are going to provide the information. Now, what you do with the information is up to you. And what
we
you
got
do.
Blake's dad on the TV. All right. I didn't know your dad was a boxing trainer. I mean, who knew?
We stole the segment from him, so it'd only be right for him to tease what we're going to end the show with, Mr. Jake.
All right, so I don't know when I'm going to be back on with you guys. So let's just put together a NFL season-long parlay.
Love it.
As we usually do, same style. Everybody gets 2 picks next on the Fan.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. It sure has been hot lately, and I've been hearing a lot of people frustrated that they don't have cool air when they need it the most. Well, I recommend that
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
one used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shout out to all the Cowboys beat writers that are out there tweeting out the great clips of Cowboys training camp today. I will say this. Joe Milton tried to throw a deep ball to Paris Campbell at the sideline. He kind of bobbled it and catch it. Paris Campbell's not going to make the roster or whatever.
No.
Joe Milton, though, phenomenal ball. I mean, phenomenal.
It's training camp, but we know he's got a hand cannon.
Yeah. Now, this is a nice place ball in between two defenders up the sideline, and Paris Campbell kind of bobbles it and doesn't catch it. But the throw, I'll show you two in a second. Phenomenal throw. So he's going to make training camp / preseason very interesting. Fun to watch.
He's going to make it fun to watch, and I'll tell you what I think he does without getting, and we don't want to get too much on it. And look, we're going to be on 9 to 1 tomorrow, so if you like what you heard today, and we're not near as hype on a Sunday morning, and I don't mean to say we don't bring the energy on a Sunday morning, but you can't get too crazy, volume-wise on a Sunday morning. And I learned that from the GOAT, Chris Arnold. Chris, you got to, now maybe around noon, afternoon, you can. I'm looking at you, Blake Elliott, but from 9 to 11.
So I was watching the Cowboys assistant coaches surfing.
I saw that.
I just saw the surfing video.
This is from friend of the show, friend of the station, Nick Harris, showing a picture of Siobhan Revelle, rookie third-round pick. Siobhan Revelle has his helmet and cleats on around the corners today. Not with the rehab group for the first time. Could be nearing a return from the PUP list. Would be huge for him to be cleared before the first preseason game on August 9th. And that's
great news.
That is tremendous news for a position group that
starting to come on hard now.
A little light. So having your third-round pick, which everybody agrees was a first-round talent, would be absolutely huge.
There's a lot of teams with cornerback issues right now.
A lot of teams.
A lot of teams as far as depth and getting
hell, look at the Miami Dolphins. I think they've lost half their secondary in the last 2 days.
I'm surprised Stephon Gilmore is still a free agent.
I think that says a lot more about, who's trying to find 35, 30. How old is he? He's 35, isn't he? 34, 35, somewhere in there.
But you could definitely use him on the Cowboys.
Well, could you? Could
Yeah.
you? I think it says something more about, look, the tape don't lie. All right? The tape don't lie. All right.
34.
Turns
35 in September.
Which is like 60 in cornerback years. Okay. Let's toss this over to... You got Jake.
All right, guys. Time to Jake off for the first time. Name's unofficial. We need to work. We're workshopping a little bit.
I remember the first time I jaked off.
Yeah, me too, man. we just got... Hopefully it's FCC violation or FCC safe.
Good. Don't put that out there in the universe,
You're
bro.
right. You're right. I think we should be okay. All right, we're going to try and build a parlay in 5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes. All right, so as per usual.
If we win, do we quit our job? If we hit the
dude, this one might hit big because this is a season long. So this is
long payoff.
Yeah. This will be a good one.
Like an 8 month payoff.
Oh my goodness.
Even more of an investment the way you like to think about it. I got really excited and added 14 props on here instead of 10 like usual. But we each get to pick 2. I'm going to start You guys don't even bother taking this one because I already wrote my name down.
Is this a Chicago Bears
Caleb
one?
Williams over under 35-25 passing yards.
You might as well take the under based on what I'm hearing.
I'll take that over.
First team getting ripped off.
Seriously.
Hey, we had a good practice
didn't
today.
He get benched the other day?
No, he pulled the first team off the field to get reps for other guys. I am kind of
He's on the first team, though, isn't he?
He is on the first team.
Ideally.
Tell you what, Tyson Bagent, he was balling the other day.
Don't let your boy Colin Cowherd talk about it.
Dude, he's in Chicago now, too. So it's going to be more ripping.
Who, Colin Cowherd?
Yeah, he's based in Chicago now.
Is he?
Yep.
Really?
Moved his studio, huh?
Yeah, moved his studio to Chicago.
I did not know that.
And he was also in California when Caleb Williams was at USC. So
maybe he's following
ironic.
Caleb.
Yeah,
Interesting, don't you think?
Wasn't he a Jordan Love guy? I think he was. I think his daughter was dating Jordan Love. Anyways, continue.
I did hear that.
All right, stop me whenever you like something you like. Number 2, Lamar
How many Chiefs
Jackson.
segment? How many Chiefs you got on there?
Ooh,
give me a Chiefs
just one. Mahomes over 27.5 touchdowns.
Done. Give it to me.
That's you?
He didn't even let you finish. Over. Give me 16,000 passing yards.
I'll tell you right now, Mahomes is eating this season.
Got the new haircut.
Actually has now I am a little. How many do we have a Rashee Rice on how many games he's going to miss?
It was not.
Son of a gun.
It was not.
Look, for a couple things. One, nobody got hurt. All right, yeah, maybe a bumps and bruise here. What I mean, that happens at the parking lot for crying. I mean, have you seen our parking lot? Nobody got hurt. Okay, he didn't kill anybody.
Luckily.
What do you mean? Luckily,
he got in a car crash going like 90.
Yeah, try 119. Thank you very much.
119.
Guess what though? Guess whose playbook was in the car? That's right, my man. When he's not speeding, all right, my man's training up. Studying up, give me Rashee Rice, give me the Chiefs in 27.5 all day, every day, go.
All right, might have to do this in a two-parter. We only got 3 minutes left. CeeDee Lamb over 1174.5 receiving yards.
1174? Take that all day, every day.
Is that you, Fred?
1174 CD? Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Dak Prescott over under 3,800.5.
Ooh.
Over. They're not gonna. I don't know. Actually, I'm not gonna
take that one.
I'm not taking that one.
Any rushing props?
Because I don't know how effective the rushing game is going to be, but I know Schottenheimer is going to try to rush the ball. So I don't know how many opportunities he's going to have to get over 3,800 yards.
You know how many hammies might slip off the bone this year too.
So I will not be taking that bet.
All right, what do you guys think of George Pickens 5.5 touchdowns over under?
Give me the over.
I was going to say,
I like that. Red zone. He might be the red zone. He might lead the team in touchdowns. I could see him being the red zone target.
He's fixing to eat.
Give me the over. That's my first pick.
All right, I think this is going to be my second pick. I'm going to take Nico Collins over 3.5 100-yard games.
You just ripped out.
You want that one, Blake?
Blake's heart. That is his guy. You got to give it to him because he's also got Nico being a second-team All-Pro. In fact, we actually did his stats. Hold on, and we'll tweet this out as well since everybody. Apparently, my handwriting.
I told you.
Everybody's like, "Oh my God!" Fred.
You had like 6 people say it looks like a doctor's note.
Good. Yeah. Guess what? It's called cursive. People, get used to it.
Okay, you're reading the Nico stats that I wrote down the other day. Yes, I will take that as my second bet. I'm going to rip that from you because I got Nico's second team All-Pro.
110 receptions, 1,500 yards, 9 touchdowns is what our boy Blake's got. Yep.
All right, well, in the interest of that, I'm going to take Chuba Hubbard, 2.5 100-yard games. I'm taking the over on that.
Chuba is still on the Panthers?
Still on the Panthers, yeah.
Okay, I'm making
Just
sure
got
he
a bag
didn't,
last season.
Just making sure he didn't leave teams, Chuba Hubbard. Who's over there with him? Who's over there in Carolina with him?
Jonathan Brooks was, but I mean, he's hurt.
Yeah, but he tore his ACL
again.
Oh, Rico, duh.
Rico is in Carolina.
Yeah. Rico time, son.
Bro.
You're right.
Oh, Rico going to get some carries now.
He moved because he was with the Titans, right?
Who, Rico? He's with the Cowboys last year.
No. Okay, who was with Tony Pollard? That's who was with the Titans.
All right,
Tony Pollard.
Fine. I'll be between these two. Should I take? I'll give you 3. You guys pick what my last one is.
Okay.
Chuba Hubbard 2.5 100-yard games. Jaden Daniels 5.5 rushing touchdowns. Or Jack Fox, the Lions punter, over 0.5 passing yards.
Ooh. While I'm intrigued by the Jack Fox one, for the sake of this segment and for the sake of radio, the Jaden Daniels one is the one that piques my interest.
You think they're going to keep him running, though? Because remember, he got hurt running early last year, and then they kind of limited his running capabilities.
Do we expect like a tush push type
He's
of...
a little skinny to be doing the tush push.
Well,
I can see more.
He's
like
more of a scamper, read option.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
How many did he score last year?
I don't know.
Talk amongst yourself.
I would be a little fearful. I think he has the ability to have like 12, but how much is Cliff going to be wanting to put him in harm's way where he's running the ball and not just handing it off or doing a little screen pass? So I'm a little fearful of that. I'm waiting for Fred to give us how many rushing touchdowns
Should I take Saquon Barkley over 11.5 rushing touchdowns? That seems high. That seems really high.
He scored. He had 6 touchdowns last year.
See, I could easily see that just being 5, which would not hit. You'd
That would
have
be
to
a
have
bad
him
beat and a half right there.
That would be.
Do you think he's going to have more than 6 or more?
I thought the number was 5.5.
You know what?
So he needs 6
I'm
or
gonna
more.
scrap it. I'm going to go Ashagenti over 1074.5 rushing yards.
Oh, they're handing that's a good one. That's easy money
bunch.
right there. That's easy money. Now, I am a little bit worried about the Raiders' offensive line.
I'm terrified.
But
they're going to hand on the ball every play. Him and Brock Bowers.
Yeah, Brock Bowers. I feel good about. Geno Smith. You see his latest corny line?
How would he say?
I didn't come here to roll the dice. I came here to run the table.
Oh yeah.
He's the Tom Brady of corny quips.
Yeah.
Is what he is. Okay, like seriously. Yeah. Like Geno, just stop. Okay, I don't care about your corny one-liners. Just go win some football games. Yeah. All right.
The write me off one was probably one of the hardest lines ever.
It was great because it was in the moment. It was in the moment.
Just balled out.
You know, that was and it was a big win.
He's like crying.
That was a phenomenal line. The run the line, run the table, whatever, bro. Okay, we get it. What a show. I tell you what, shout out to you guys. Okay, shout out to the Tolos. Shout out to the Fatties. Shout out to Tim Collins. What a schedule by him today. Okay, great job as always to all.
I said, what a wild segment.
It was a wild segment.
Somebody said, don't let Spittle walk in and catch you guys jaking off.
Look, not everything's meant for television. All right. Great stuff from the one, the only Bryan Broaddus. Great stuff from the Jaker offer himself. Blake, be safe tonight. Fred Davis, we'll see you tomorrow. Good night. God bless.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.